Chapter 273. On the wide asphalt road. Linene was very excited. Her proud curves were even more rippling due to her breathing. Wu Ming looked sideways and saw that the beauty was even more youthful and charming. Actually, I'm really curious about what you said to the executive officer, Chu Yuan, but I know that this is a secret. Linene said softly. It's indeed a secret. I can't tell you at the moment, but don't worry. There won't be any danger in this mission. Moreover, the mission will only be carried out after the national competition. Wu Ming explained calmly. He couldn't even tell the secrets of the laboratory and the Black Pyramid to those close to him. Therefore, he didn't intend to reveal it now. Okay. Linene nodded. At this moment, the sports car drove into a lush green avenue and stopped by the roadside, covered by green trees. Linene held the steering wheel with both hands and turned to look at Wu Ming beside her. She bit her sexy red lips. Wu Ming's eyes flashed slightly. He knew that Linene was probably too worried about what happened at the banquet hall in the supervisor's residence. Until now, she still couldn't calm down. Facing the beautiful woman, Wu Ming suddenly smiled. 15 minutes later, the sports car returned to Villa 666 and stopped by the roadside. Wu Ming wiped the lipstick marks on his face with a wet towel. He looked at the beautiful woman with a rosy face beside him, smiled slightly, and got out of the car. Brother Wu, you're back. Wan Siyu was sitting on the grass and talking to Long DeBayo. When she saw Wu Ming get out of the car, she quickly patted her butt and walked over. Yes, I'm back. Wu Ming patted Wan Siyu's soft shoulder and looked at Long DeBayo, who was lying on the ground with a look of enjoyment. This silly girl seems to be bored out of her wits recently. DeBayo has been eating more and more recently. I don't know why. Wan Siyu voiced her doubts. It hasn't fully matured yet. It needs to consume energy to grow, so it eats more. It's normal, Wu Ming explained. Not long after, Wu Ming and Wan Siyu returned to the hall on the first floor of the villa. Yi Sanyang, Gu Xiaocheng, Su Ying, Peng Exen, and the others were all surrounding them. The Thunder Spirit conglomerate's matter has come to an end. You don't have to worry too much about my safety. I will participate in the fourth stage of the Tamer competition. Wu Ming could tell that everyone was worried. Great. With Captain Wu on the field, we'll definitely win the fourth stage of the competition. We might even get first place in the team competition and the individual competition. The team members were all very excited. Su Ying, is the content of the competition out yet? Wu Ming asked the beautiful woman sitting opposite him. Su Ying shook her head. Her ponytail swayed rhythmically as she explained, That's right, not yet. There's still the team competition for the third phase of the Beastmaster tournament this afternoon. We'll only announce the details of the fourth phase after that. However, I feel that the fourth stage of the competition is either to improve and complete the evolutionary food formula or to mix the evolutionary food. After all, these are the only two events left. Wu Ming nodded and looked at the time. It's almost 3 in the afternoon. Turn on the big screen and watch the team competition for the third phase of the Beastmaster tournament. Okay. Su Ying took the remote control and turned it on. On the big screen, the image from the Beast Stadium 100 kilometers away quickly appeared, showing the figures of 900 contestants, including Mu Wanyan, Huang Samba, and Li Mahuang. In the stadium, the host, Wang Ying, stood on the back of a flying pet and spoke into the microphone with great emotion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we'll be carrying out the team competition for the Beastmasters transporting their supplies. Who's going to be the winner? Let's wait and see. On the field, the eyes of the 900 contestants were shining. The pets around them were also excited. The content of this competition is for teams to transport a batch of supplies. They need to cross the jungle and arrive at the relay station near Nanjiang City, which is a few hundred kilometers away. Then, they need to transport another batch of supplies. There will be some dangers along the way. If it's not handled properly, it's very likely that the supplies will be lost or damaged. There are 10 small portions in the first batch of supplies. Each portion is worth 25 points. No points will be awarded if they are damaged. There are 15 small portions in the second batch of supplies. Each portion represents 20 points. That is to say, if all the supplies are delivered to the destination without any mistakes, you will get 550 points. In addition, there will be no rest in the middle of the competition. The journey to the relay station in Nanjiang City and back is a distance of 500 kilometers. The stipulated time limit is 5 hours. Points will be deducted if you exceed the time limit. Extra points will be awarded if you arrive early. For every 10 minutes that you exceed the time limit, 5 points will be deducted. For every 10 minutes that you arrive early, 3 points will be added. Those are the main rules of this team competition. Are you clear? Wang Ying's voice spread throughout the stadium through the speakers and also to various places through the projection beast. Yes, sir. All the contestants nodded and answered in unison. Good. Next, we will begin to collect and prepare the supplies. It's now 2:50 in the afternoon. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Wang Ying rode her flying pet to the storage area for supplies. Thousands of staff were already standing there, waiting for the arrival of Mu Wanyan and other contestants. What a big box! Mu Wanyan received the supplies. It was a wooden box that was 1 meter in length, width, and height. There were 10 metal boxes inside. The supplies inside were well sealed. Only the fragile labels were affixed on the surface. My mighty bear can carry the box and run. You two will be responsible for opening the way and blocking the dangers on the way. Huang Samba expressed his personal opinion. No problem. Lima Huang and Mu Wanyan both nodded. The other team's beast tamers were also discussing countermeasures. This competition only says that supplies must be delivered. It doesn't say that all the beast tamers must arrive at the destination. Therefore, when we deliver the second batch of supplies, we can send someone else. A member of a team said so. When the other teams heard this, they also felt that it made sense. Ring, ring, ring. Right at this moment, the bell rang. Attention, everyone. The competition has begun. Wang Ying announced loudly. Let's go. Huang Samba told the mighty bear to carry the wooden box and head to Nanjiang City under the escort of the little white fox and the armored warrior. Because of the route and the fact that the stadium was not far from Nanjiang City, the one-way journey was only 250 kilometers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Different teams shuttled through the forest at a fast speed. However, before they could walk more than 10 kilometers, traps immediately appeared. Some were pits, some were not very powerful, and some were ferocious beasts hidden in the forest. Our mission is to deliver supplies. When we encounter beasts, don't waste time. Just kill them. Huang Samba shouted. Clang! Lima Huang commanded the E-rank pet warrior to dash forward at once. It waved its sharp sword and quickly cut down the beasts blocking the way, opening the way for the mighty bear. Then, they kept going. Chapter 274. Sunset Domestication Center. Villa number 666. Wu Ming was sitting on the couch, looking at the screen. He saw that all the teams were cooperating well. For every battle, there would be a large pet in charge of transporting supplies. The other 2 pets would be in charge of providing support or clearing a path to ensure that there were no dangers along the way. Soon, the teams were halfway there. For now, the first place was undoubtedly the D-rank elk. It lowered its head, and wherever it went, no matter what dangers there were, they would be deflected by its sturdy antlers. Haha, this is great. Yu Xiaobo sat on the elk's back, looking at the tied wooden box. The corner of his mouth curled up. His 2 teammates were left behind, and he had no one to provide support. But it didn't matter. The D-rank elk alone would be able to break through. Dong, dong, dong. The D-rank elk ran amok in the forest. It relied on its talent to stabilize the wooden box on its back and maintained a speed of around 300 kilometers per hour. It could be described as a deer leaving the dust behind. Look, Yu Xiaobo has locked in first place. Even his teammates can't catch up with him. It seems that Thunder City is going to take first place in this round's transportation competition. I wonder how many points he will get. Wang Ying began to explain. In the forest, Mu Wanyan looked helpless. Sigh, should we ask Brother Wu to upgrade our pets? Huang Samba shook his head. No, we have registered. During the competition, we are not allowed to upgrade our pets. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation. Lima Huang, what a pity. Before the competition, they had uploaded their information. The combat warrior, little white fox, and mighty bear were all E-rank pets. They could use evolution food to gain new E-rank talents. However, they could not advance to the D rank through evolution food. In other words, they could not advance. Within the same rank, they could be slightly more powerful. Roar! At this time, a fire-breathing pterosaur appeared in the sky. It hovered dozens of meters above the ground and breathed a large amount of blazing flames into the forest below, hindering the participants from moving forward. Damn it, Li Ma Huang whistled, and the battle warrior leaped into the air, rushing several tens of meters into the air and slashing down with its sword. Crack! With just one slash, the fire-breathing pterosaur was cut in half. Who told you to be so nosy? Li Ma Huang chuckled. Mu Wanyin was riding an off-road motorcycle at the back. Little White Fox was lying on the fuel tank, yawning. I heard that flying pets are not allowed in the transportation category. Is that true? Huang Samba asked. Mu Wanyin nodded. That's right, but flying pets are prohibited only in the third stage of the resource delivery competition. Flying pets are allowed in the other competitions. The organizers set the rule that flying pets are not allowed because the use of flying pets would reduce the dimension of the competition, which would affect the fairness of the competition. Therefore, they cannot be used. In the real world, flying pets are definitely the best choice for transporting supplies. Huang Samba and Li Ma Huang nodded. The competition continued. However, there wasn't much to watch in this round. Along the way, some of them were bombarded by bouncing mines. Some of them were obstructed by ferocious beasts, and some of them were trapped. Kacha, one of the pets, fell into the trap. Because it was moving too fast, the wooden box fell to the ground with a harsh sound. It's over. The goods seem to have been smashed. Don't panic. Even if it's broken, we have to send it to the destination. The beast tamers from the other teams were still holding on. 50 minutes later, Yu Xiaobo was the first to arrive at the station outside of Nanjiang City. He put the big wooden box on the table and let the staff check it. Please hurry up, Yu Xiaobo urged. The time to check the goods was also counted in the competition. He couldn't afford to be impatient. To ensure fairness, each of our staff members will spend 30 seconds to check the goods, no more and no less. The staff member reminded Yu Xiaobo while checking the goods. Yu Xiaobo breathed in relief. He secretly praised the organizers for paying attention to details. 30 seconds later, all 10 sets of goods are safe and sound. You have gained 250 points. Congratulations. On the big screen, the score bar representing Thunder City began to soar. It stopped at 250 points and was ranked first for the time being. Look, Thunder City's score. Good heavens! Thunder City has played a huge role in the resource delivery phase of the competition. The audience began to discuss as soon as they saw the score. Yu Xiaobo is a freak. I regret it so much. We should have upgraded our pets to the D rank before the competition. It's a pity that Brother Wu didn't have enough D rank food back then. Mu Wanyin and Huang Samba were frustrated. Don't talk about that. Keep going. Li Ma Huang cheered them on. The team moved on. In the meantime, Yu Xiaobo had picked up the second batch of goods and was on his way to the stadium. Half an hour later, Huang Samba and the mighty bear arrived at the station. Congratulations. Your goods are safe and sound. You have gained 250 points. The staff member said. Huang Samba breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the second batch of goods and started to head back. By then, 10 cities had gained points. All of them had gained 250 points, which meant that the goods were safe and sound. For now, we don't have an advantage. Huang Samba looked at the mighty bear. Bear, the last 250 miles. Go as fast as you can. Roar! The mighty bear sped up. Its speed was over 200 kilometers per hour. Although it was not as fast as the D-rank elk's 300 kilometers per hour, it was still ahead of all the E-rank pets. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu Xiaobo and the D-rank elk appeared on the big screen. They were the first to reach the finish line and won first place. Congratulations, Yu Xiaobo. You have won first place with an excellent result of 2 hours. We are currently in the process of grading. Please wait for a moment. Wang Ying broadcasted the entire competition. Soon, Thunder City's team represented by Yu Xiaobo, had gained an astonishing 604 points. Let us congratulate Thunder City for winning first place in the team competition. They have gained a super high score of 604 points. Among them, 550 points came from the fact that the goods were not damaged. Since they arrived 3 hours early, they gained an additional 54 points based on the fact that they gained 3 points every 10 minutes. Wang Ying broadcasted the entire competition. Damn, freak, it's okay. It's only 54 points higher than 550 points. We should try our best to arrive early. The difference won't be too big. The other teams were sprinting at full speed. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Mighty Bear was the second to reach the finish line. Congratulations to Garan Castle for winning second place in the team competition, with a total score of 592 points. Congratulations to Daxing City for winning third place in the team competition, with a total score of 589 points. Congratulations. Wang Ying continued to broadcast the entire competition. In the villa, second place. Not bad. Wu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He took a sip of tea, and his expression gradually relaxed. He had expected that Garan Castle would not be able to win first place in this round. After all, in this Beast Tamer competition, Yu Xiaobo's D-rank elk was a freak. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. It attracted the attention of Wu Ming, Yi Sanyang, Su Ying, and everyone else. Chapter 275. I'll go open the door. Wan Siyu stood up and walked briskly to the door, opening it slowly. The first thing that came into view was a short-haired woman in a tight blue combat uniform. She was beautiful and had a proud figure. She was holding a black suitcase and had a blue owl perched on her shoulder. An inexplicably strong aura was slowly spreading out. Behind her, there were more than 10 people in different attire. They were all sea-level beast tamers. Brother Wu, there are so many people here. Wan Siyu quickly retreated. Hello, I'm a representative of Lanwu Corporation, Lan Yu. The short-haired woman in the tight blue combat uniform looked into the room and introduced herself. Lanwu Corporation. Everyone in the room was surprised. There were 6 big families in Nanjiang City, and they were firmly at the top. There were also dozens of famous corporations left. The Thunder Spirit Corporation was the most domineering, but that didn't mean the other corporations were weak. The Lanwu Corporation was a big corporation that wasn't much weaker than the Thunder Spirit Corporation. It was a real family power, and it was more complicated. The Garan Castle battle team didn't know about this before. But since Wu Ming had a conflict with the Thunder Spirit Corporation, they quickly learned about it and basically understood it now. Who are you looking for? Wan Siyu looked at Lan Yu and asked in a low voice. She was naturally timid. Although she had become Wu Ming's right-hand man, she still trembled when she saw someone from a corporation. I'm here to visit Mr. Wu Ming on behalf of the Lanwu Corporation. Lan Yu looked at Wan Siyu and said in a calm voice. Her eyes were like stars, shining brightly. Visit me. Wu Ming slowly got up and walked to the door. He looked at Lan Yu, who had a proud figure and a charming face. Name, Lan Yu. Level, C-level beast tamer / F-level beast tamer. Identity, representative of Lanwu Corporation in Nanjiang City, the leader of the younger generation. Remarks, a rose with thorns. After using the Eye of Insight to see Lan Yu's information, Wu Ming was curious about the record in the remarks column. A rose with thorns? Could it be that Lan Yu wasn't easy to pursue? Wu Ming complained his heart. Mr. Wu, congratulations on becoming the leader of the Thunder Spear Corporation. On behalf of the Lanwu Corporation, I'm here to congratulate you and present a small gift from the Lanwu Corporation. Lan Yu opened her briefcase. 3 glistening C-rank pet evolution crystals were inlaid in the recesses of the crystal. Wow, I think it's a pet evolution crystal. The 3 pieces added up to tens of millions, right? The people of Lanwu Corporation are really generous. The members of the Garan Castle team whispered to each other. They were shocked and looked at Wu Ming with envy. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Ever since he had acquired the evolution crystal mine under the Black Pyramid in the Dark Forest, his need for evolution crystals had decreased significantly. To him, 3 evolution crystals were nothing. Thank you for your kindness. Still, Wu Ming accepted the gift. He knew that the executive officer, Chu Yuan, had helped him complete the certification as the legitimate leader of the Thunder Spear Corporation. The other corporations and families had to recognize him. The Lanwu Corporation had sent Lan Yu over so quickly to express their sincerity. They were here to build a good relationship. As the saying went, don't slap a smiling face. Naturally, Wu Ming accepted the gift from the Lanwu Corporation and expressed his willingness to maintain a close relationship with them. Then, I'll take my leave. Lan Yu nodded her delicate chin and turned around to leave under Wu Ming's gaze. She swayed her hips as she walked, showing off her proud curves. Even the members of the Garan Castle team were dumbfounded. That waist-to-hip ratio is amazing. I admit, I'm greedy for her body. I'm a slut. Some of the team members swallowed their saliva and complained in a low voice. After Lan Yu left, more than a dozen C-rank beast tamers in different outfits came over to greet Wu Ming. Hello, Mr. Wu. I'm Ba Guang, the representative of the Ba Corporation. Congratulations on becoming the boss of the Thunder Spear Corporation. Hello, Mr. Wu. I'm Li Mu, the representative of the Li Corporation. I wish you good health and all the best. Mr. Wu, these 10-odd people were all from different tycoons. They were all sea-level beast tamers. The suitcases in their hands were filled with treasures worth tens of millions of dollars. In the outside world, they were all tycoons that could dominate a region. However, in front of the famous Wu Ming, these people had to keep a low profile. As the representatives of the corporations, they all knew that Wu Ming had a terrifying B-rank pet. He defeated the former boss of the Red Masked Assassin Guild and the Thunder Spear Corporation by himself. Such strength was definitely at the peak of the B rank. Almost no one could keep Wu Ming in check without sending out an A-rank pet. As for A-rank pets, basically, only the forces of the 6 major families had them. This meant that on the surface, except for the mayor's mansion, the Pet Alliance, and the 6 major families, no one could suppress Wu Ming. Soon, the representatives of the more than a dozen corporations all left. Wu Ming and the others went back to the villa. At this moment, the 3rd stage of the Beast Tamer competition had come to an end. Huang Samba and the other participants had all left the stage. The video on the big screen had also ended. Brother Wu, you are awesome. Good heavens. You are the big boss of the Thunder Spear Corporation. How dare you? Change the way you address him. From now on, you have to use you when you call Brother Wu. Don't you agree, Brother Wu? The team members of the Garan Castle were all grinning. If it weren't for Lan Yu and the others who came to deliver gifts, they wouldn't have known that Wu Ming had become the big boss of the Thunder Spear Corporation, a B-rank beast tamer. Stop bragging. It's time for dinner. Dinner is on me today. Wu Ming waved to the crowd. Thank you, Mr. Wu. The team members all smiled. Not long after, everyone arrived at a restaurant. Come on, cheers. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate Wu Ming. Although he had become the boss of a corporation and had a respected status, Wu Ming didn't deliberately put on airs. He was an easygoing but ambitious person. Usually, he would treat those who were nice to him with respect. But if they offended him, he wouldn't just suck up to them. Instead, he would take revenge. 10:30 p.m. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. After singing for a while, they returned to the villa area and sat in their seats to rest. The 4th stage of the Beast Tamer competition is out. Su Ying sat cross-legged on the sofa. Her soft, wine-red hair hung down. Under the light, she looked very attractive. Really? Wu Ming sat beside Su Ying. Smelling the beauty's fragrance, he was fascinated, but his eyes were fixed on the tablet in Su Ying's hand. The 4th stage of the competition is improving and completing the evolutionary food formula. It will be held tomorrow at the stadium. Su Ying announced loudly. Wu Ming looked at the screen and said, It seems that the evolutionary food formula competition will be held in the last stage. In that case, it will be very exciting. Chapter 276. Su Ying nodded. That should be the case. For beast tamers and trainers, if there was a competition, then the most exciting part would be the battles between pets and the allocation of evolutionary food. However, that didn't mean that pets could only do that. There were countless varieties of pets. Some pets were good at fighting. Some pets had special talents, such as saving lives, hypnosis, playing, psychotherapy, transporting supplies, construction, and so on. In short, pets had all kinds of strange talents. Those who said that pets could only fight were too superficial. Of course, it was undeniable that the greatest value of pets lay in their powerful combat strength, which was the capital for humans to gain a foothold in the world of pets. For trainers, the most important ability was the allocation of evolutionary food, but they also had to take into account other abilities. For example, identifying herbs, comforting pets, taming pets, improving and perfecting evolutionary food recipes, and so on. That was why the national competition was divided into 5 parts to test the comprehensive abilities of trainers and pets. At this moment, Gu Xiaocheng was sitting nearby. Looking at the words on the tablet, he said, "So, the 4th stage of the Beast Tamer competition should be the danger removal segment. The last stage is the most exciting and worth-watching battle between pets." "That should be the case." Suing nodded. Wu Ming stood up and went upstairs, accompanied by Wan Siyu and Yi Sanyang. "Okay, that's all for tonight. The competition is tomorrow. Let's have a good rest. Remember to wake up early tomorrow and arrive at the stadium in advance." Looking at Wu Ming, surrounded by girls, the team members were envious. In the room, Wu Ming took a shower and sat on the bed. Wan Siyu sat next to Wu Ming, biting her lips and thinking about all kinds of things during this period. She couldn't help but throw herself into Wu Ming's arms. "Brother Wu," she sobbed softly. I thought I would never see you again." Wu Ming put his hand on her soft shoulder. "Aren't I back now?" He smiled. Wan Siyu lay in his arms and whispered, "But I'm really scared. If you don't come back, I won't even have the chance to repay you." She glanced at the bathroom in the room. Yi Yang was taking a bath and would not come out for a while. Therefore, Wan Siyu gritted her teeth and made a decision. She raised her head and kissed Wu Ming. This little girl. Wu Ming was startled at first, then he began to respond. The first time was painful, but Wan Siyu gritted her teeth and persevered. But due to her lack of experience, she fell asleep in Wu Ming's embrace in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, Yi Yang walked out of the bathroom slowly with a towel wrapped around her. The corners of Wu Ming's mouth curled up slightly as he walked up to him. The next morning, Wu Ming slowly woke up. Looking at the 2 beauties on his left and right, one was his assistant and the other was his bodyguard. One was pure and cute, while the other was noble and elegant. Wonderful. Wu Ming felt very happy. He looked at the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. It was still early. I returned to the room at about 11 o'clock last night. I was busy until 1:30 before I fell asleep. I didn't expect to wake up at 7 o'clock and be so energetic. It seems that my physical fitness is getting better and better." Wu Ming muttered. "Oh." Wan Siyu suddenly woke up. She looked at Wu Ming beside her and breathed a sigh of relief. "You 2 lazy kittens, get up." Wu Ming turned around and put on his clothes. 10 minutes later, he and the 2 girls came to the first floor. They sat at the dining table and ate the breakfast that Su Ing sent someone to buy. It was 7:30. The team members set off on time. In less than 10 minutes, they had arrived at the stadium and appeared in the sight of the audience. "Look, Wu Ming is back. Haha, I told you. Wu Ming won't give up the game. I felt that the game was not worth watching last time when he didn't play." Yes, with Wu Ming in the game is more exciting. When the audience saw Wu Ming, they were all excited. On the tall building, Supervisor Qin looked at Wu Ming, who appeared in the arena, and breathed a sigh of relief. He said to the beautiful woman beside him, "Lu Wanru," as expected of him. Although he has become the head of a corporation, he is still willing to compete. Young people are always energetic. Lu Wanru smiled. At the competition venue, Wan Siyu, Yi Sanyang, and the team members of Garan Castle were all sitting in their seats. Looking at Wu Ming in his combat uniform, Wan Siyu's face was rosy and her eyes were filled with happiness. Since she became Wu Ming's woman, she became more beautiful and had a unique beauty. "Brother Wu, go for it." Wan Siyu clenched her fist and cheered for Wu Ming. Wu Ming turned around and nodded at her. 8 o'clock in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth stage of the Tamer competition. As you can see, the Tamer H.E. Wu Ming, who was absent last time, has returned to the arena and appeared in the list of participants. I hope he can give us a wonderful performance. The host, Wang Ying, said loudly. As someone who had a good relationship with Supervisor Qin, Wang Ying also knew about Wu Ming. After knowing that the young and handsome man in front of her had become the head of Thunder Spirit Conglomerate, Wang Ying looked at him with a completely different gaze. It was as if she was looking at a treasure. Thunder Spirit Villa. Wow, it's starting. Don't block me. I want to sit in the front row. Boss is so handsome. Wang Chalu, Yu Saruo, and the other 15 beauties were wearing soft pajamas and sitting on the sofa in the hall on the first floor. They crossed their legs, ate biscuits, and watched the game. As insiders, they already knew that Wu Ming had signed a secret document and obtained the approval of the City Lord's mansion. Now, Wu Ming was the head of Thunder Spirit Conglomerate in name and in fact. The worries in their hearts naturally vanished without a trace. At the competition venue, Wu Ming looked around and saw the excited audience. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he was ready to continue to work hard and obtain a high score. Wu Ming, this time, I will be the first. Not far away, in the Thunder City team, Luo Shudai was wearing a battle suit. Beside her stood the Emperor Penguin, looking confident. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched. He really couldn't understand where this little girl Luo Shudai got her courage and confidence from. You guys fight for the first place. The second place is mine. Yin Zhengji, who represented Daxing City, smiled and joked. Although it was a joke, in his opinion, he didn't have any advantage in front of Wu Ming. It was already good enough for him to fight for the second place. Everyone, this competition officially starts at 8:30. At this time, the host, Wang Ying, began to explain. The content of this competition is improvement and completion of the evolutionary food formula. The organizer has prepared as many as 500 completely different and incomplete evolutionary food formulas. There are F, E, and D grade evolutionary food formulas. The content is very simple. Completion of an F grade formula is worth 50 points. Completion of an E grade formula is worth 150 points. Completion of a D grade formula is worth 500 points. The duration of this competition is only 2.5 hours. It is worth noting that even if the formula isn't completed, the points will be given according to the results. So, everyone, are you clear about the rules? The host, Wang Ying, asked loudly. Yes. The 900 contestants answered in unison. All right, the last rule, Wang Ying added. In this competition, the team competition and the individual competition are the same. In the next 2.5 hours, the team's individual points will be the team points, and the individual points will be the individual points. This is better for us, Wu Ming said to Su Ying and Gu Xiaocheng. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Okay. Su Ying and Gu Xiaocheng nodded. In the blink of an eye, it was 8:25. Everyone, the competition is about to start. Please choose your choice. Following Wang Ying's command, all the contestants immediately sat in their seats and started to draw numbers on the tablet. Chapter 277. I got the number 9 paper. Su Ying pointed at the number on the tablet. 3 minutes later, a staff member put a file box on the table in front of Su Ying. After opening it, there were 10 documents, each of which was different in thickness, corresponding to a broken formula. Wu Ming quickly flipped through them. 1 D-level formula, 2 E-level formulas, and 7 F-level formulas. It seems that this was arranged in advance. He said, if that's the case, wouldn't each team's score be fixed? If all 10 formulas are completed, the total score will only be 1150. Su Ying frowned slightly. She felt that this method was not very good. It severely limited Wu Ming's performance. Gu Xiaoqing didn't say anything, but he also felt that this paper was problematic. It's already very good. Wu Ming looked at the countdown on the big screen. We only have 2.5 hours. Although we can solve the problem together. To be honest, Who can guarantee that they can complete all 10 formulas in 2.5 hours? That's true. Su Ying reacted. At first, she just thought that 10 questions were underestimating them. But on second thought, it would be good enough if they could finish all the formulas in 2.5 hours. All contestants, please pay attention. If you can complete all 10 formulas in 2.5 hours, you'll get an extra chance to draw a paper with 3 formulas. The content of this paper is confidential for the time being. Wang Ying saw the contestants' thoughts and asked, "You can even draw additional questions?" This is good. The contestants were all interested. But soon, most of the trainers' mouths twitched. They realized that they were only F-level and E-level trainers. How could they complete the D-level formulas? The so-called extra questions were just pure temptation. Extra questions? Very good, I must get it. Only in this way can I surpass Wu Ming. Luo Shudai clenched her fists. She was very motivated. Yan Zhengji was silent. Although he was also a D-level trainer, he couldn't guarantee that he could complete all 10 formulas in the allotted time. Ring, ring, ring. The bell for the start of the competition finally rang. All the contestants had no time to ask other questions and hurriedly distributed the test papers. Most of the trainers started with the F-grade, incomplete formulas from easy to difficult. I'll study the D-grade formula. You guys study the remaining 2 E-grade formulas. After you're done, cross-compare them. It's like checking the calculations to ensure that there are no mistakes. Wu Ming laid out his strategy. All right, no problem. Su Ying and Gu Shaoqing each took an E-grade formula and began to review it. Then, they used a pen to calculate on the draft paper. Wu Ming, on the other hand, received the D-rank formula. The first thing that caught his eye was cell defense, which was the name of the evolutionary food recipe. What followed was a long series of introductions. The purpose of this evolutionary food is to give the pet a strong cellular defense. When the pet is in danger, the special energy stored in each cell will be automatically released to strengthen the cells. Under such circumstances, the cell's defensive ability will increase by more than 10 times. It will be able to easily block powerful attacks. The above is the theoretical principle of this formula. Seeing this, Wu Ming understood. After that, there were many complicated diagrams that covered the types of herbs, the dosage, the processing methods, the mixing process, and so on. There were also some chemical formulas. At least 21 kinds of herbs were needed for this diagram. However, this formula was incomplete. At the moment, there were only 15 kinds of herbs listed. The remaining 6 were only theoretical. For the time being, they could not be found in the world of pets. Substitutes had to be found. If Wu Ming wanted to complete this formula, he had to find medicinal materials that could replace these 6 medicinal materials from millions of medicinal materials. That's easy. I can start with the characteristics of the herbs. Wu Ming curled his lips. His head was filled with detailed introductions of tens of millions of herbs, including their properties, combinations, places of origin, and so on. It was not difficult to find the herbs that matched the properties. 5 minutes later, Wu Ming listed 6 kinds of herbs on the paper. The 11-year-old orange fruit, the 20-year-old river moss. Of course, it was not enough to just write down the 6 kinds of herbs. He had to complete the mixing process. This is going to be a little tricky, Wu Ming was in deep thought. Usually, when he mixed the food, he would use his evolution points directly. Therefore, the process was much simpler than the boiling and crystallizing method. But at the moment, he had to use the boiling and crystallizing method. Luckily, I often study when I have time. I know the specific process of the boiling and crystallizing method. Wu Ming slapped his head and began to fill in the mixing process. For example, after grinding the herbs, he had to add the herbs, the batch, when to add water, what kind of heat to use, and so on. All in all, the process was complicated. By the time Wu Ming finished the formula for the Class D cell defense, an hour had passed. Did you take that long? Wu Ming's eyes were wide open. A Class D formula had taken him an hour, which took up 2/5 of the total time. This was far beyond his expectations. Finally, it's done. Me too. Su Ying and Gu Shaoqing were relieved as well. Wu Ming took a look. They had spent an entire hour and were actually able to complete the classy formula. It was not bad. This is the Class D formula. See if there's anything you need to add. Wu Ming placed the formula he had completed on the table. No, we believe in you. But we need your help to check if these two classy formulas are complete. Su Ying waved her hand. Gu Xiaocheng was more direct. He placed the formula he and Su Ying had completed in front of Wu Ming and asked him to take a look. No problem. Wu Ming took the formula they had completed and looked at it. He immediately found a few problems and quickly corrected them. You scare me to death. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, our formula would have been deducted points. Su Ying patted her chest proudly. A classy formula was 150 points. But if the formula was not completed, points would be deducted accordingly. When Wu Ming helped to correct the problems, he used a pen of another color. The projection beast hovering above the three of them also recorded the whole process. Oh my god, Wu Ming actually completed a Class D evolution food formula. Doesn't that mean we will get 500 points directly? Amazing. Wu Ming is still awesome. The audience saw the scene projected on the big screen. They knew that not only did Wu Ming complete a Class D formula in an hour, he also helped the two team members to pick out the problems with the classy formula. This level was really high. In order to keep it a secret, the projection beast deliberately blurred the image of the formula. Therefore, no one could see the specific content of the formula. They only knew that Wu Ming had completed the formula. On the Thunder City team's seat, when Luo Shudai heard that Wu Ming had completed the Class D formula, her eyes almost popped out. Pervert. She couldn't help but complain. At this time, she was completing a Class D formula called Extraordinary Evolution. She had already completed more than half of it. In Luo Shudai's opinion, she only needed an hour and a half to complete the formula. She felt that this speed was already good enough. But who knew that Wu Ming was even faster? Chapter 278. In the audience, Wu Ming only spent 10 minutes to help Su Ying and Gu Xiaoqing complete their E-Class evolutionary food formulas. Okay, next, let's split up and get the remaining 7 F-Class evolutionary food formulas. After you've completed them, check them for me. Wu Ming started a new plan. No problem. Su Ying and Gu Xiaoqing nodded. The three of them continued to work. After Wu Ming received an F-Class formula, he found that it was very easy to complete it. He finished one in less than 5 minutes. Then, he received another formula to complete it. In the audience, some of the guests were staring at the big screen, while others were staring at the trainers who were riding furiously in the stadium. They were all guessing who would win first place and how many points they would get. After an hour and a half of the competition, Luo Shudai finally completed the D-Class evolutionary food formula. It's finally done. She looked around and found that her 2 E-Class teammates were still chewing on their pens. Obviously, they were stumped by the 2 E-Class formulas. I'm speechless. Luo Shudai rolled her eyes. She placed the completed formulas on the table and then guided her 2 teammates to complete the E-Class formulas. 10:30 in the morning. At this time, the competition had reached the last half hour. All the audience were waiting anxiously. It's done. In the Garan Castle seat, Wu Ming put down the document in his hand and smiled at Su Ying and Gu Xiaoqing. Your error rate is getting lower and lower. I just found a total of 3 errors for you. Haha, it's just an F-Class formula. If there were so many errors, it wouldn't make sense. Su Ying scratched her head. Judges, we're done. Apply for an extra question. At this time, Wu Ming raised his hand and shouted. As soon as he said this, the audience was shocked. The Garan Castle team has completed 10 formulas in only 2 hours. That's really fast. Do you think they can get extra points? There's still half an hour left. They should be able to. The audience whispered to each other. Please wait a moment. We need to review and distribute the 10 formulas you have completed so far. A staff member walked over. They carried special scanners and quickly scanned the 10 formulas. Then, they analyzed them through a master-level database and quickly got the results. Ding dong. There is no mistake in the formula, and it is highly feasible. A mechanical voice sounded. On the big screen, the score bar representing Garan Castle instantly soared, reaching a super high score of 1,150 points out of a full score. The Garan Castle's team left everyone in the dust. It was like a tall mountain, causing people to be intimidated by the sight of it. There are no mistakes in all 10 formulas. Awesome class. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. As expected of Wu Ming, he's simply invincible. The audience was shouting and yelling excitedly. According to the performance just now, the individual score is out. At this moment, the mechanical voice sounded again. On the big screen, Wu Ming's personal score instantly soared to 800 points. Su Ying's personal score was 180 points. Gu Shaoqing's personal score was 170. Look, there are more details. The reason why Wu Ming got 800 points is that he completed a D-level formula and 4 F-level formulas independently. He also helped Su Ying and Gu Shaoqing to correct many mistakes. He got 100 points. Awesome. The audience spontaneously stood up and applauded when they saw Wu Ming's personal score. 800 points. Luo Shudai was so shocked that she spat out the tea in her mouth when she heard Wu Ming's personal score. In the Thunder Spirit Villa. Wow, boss is the most handsome. Wang Chalu, Yu Saruo, and other beauties stood up and cheered in the hall on the first floor. Pervert. The staff member looked at the test results and widened his eyes. He hurriedly asked Wu Ming, Wu Ming, please pick the additional question. Okay. Wu Ming pressed the virtual button on the tablet. Then, a number 3 appeared on the screen. This was the third additional question. 1 minute later, a sealed file bag was delivered to Wu Ming. He opened it slowly and saw the 3 questions inside. 1 F-level formula, 1 E-level formula, and 1 D-level formula. Su Ying was excited when she saw the label on the cover page. Su Ying, you will be responsible for the E-level formula. Gu Shaoqing, you will be responsible for the F-level formula. I will be responsible for the D-level formula. There are still 25 minutes left. Use the remaining time to finish it as fast as possible. Okay, no problem. The team at Garan Castle was very cohesive. As Wu Ming finished the arrangement, Su Ying and Gu Shaoqing got to work right away. They got the formulas they were responsible for and quickly reviewed them. Wu Ming did the same. The incomplete D-level formula gravity manipulation. After taking this evolutionary food, the pet will gain the talent of gravity manipulation. There's a lower limit and an upper limit. This talent is not bad. Wu Ming's eyes glowed. The talent of gravity manipulation was indeed perverted. For example, even if the gravity in an area could only be increased by 10 times, when combined with the factors such as boulders and nature, the gravity could unleash great power in a battle. For example, increasing the gravity by 10 times in an open area could greatly limit the movement of the beasts. When the boulders were used to bombard the beasts could unleash terrifying power under the effect of 10 times the gravity. The difference between the two would be huge. Of course, Wu Ming wasn't sure if the D-level gravity manipulation could give the pet 10 times or even more control over the gravity. He would have to wait until the formula was ready to be calculated. He browsed through the incomplete document and continued to make adjustments. With the help of the system's analytical ability and his vast knowledge of herbs, he soon filled in the missing 5 raw materials. Then, he had to fill in the remaining details. For example, the chemical formulas needed in the mixing process, the relevant steps, the process, the dosage, and so on. Time moved on bit by bit. Finally, it's done. In the last 3 minutes, Luo Shuddy's team from the Thunder City finally finished the 10 evolutionary foods. Time is running out. Luo Shudai wanted to draw additional questions. On second thought, she realized that she couldn't get any points in the last 3 minutes. She only had enough time to finish reading 1 document. There was no time to answer the questions. Last minute. We're done as well. Yin Zhengji pressed the bell, indicating that the Daxing City team had finished filling in the 10 recipes. At the moment, Wu Ming was still writing at a high speed. He was writing down the last step of the D-level gravity manipulation formula. His hands were moving faster and faster. He had no time to pay attention to the people around him. It's done. Su Ying and Gu Shaoqing finished writing one after another. They looked at Wu Ming, who was filling in the documents. Come on, come on. The two of them cheered him on. Ring, ring. Time's up. At the last second, Wang Ying pressed the button. The bell rang loudly. On the other side, Wu Ming had just finished writing the last part of the formula. He was so tired that the pen slipped out of his hand. I'm done. Wu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He leaned against his seat and looked at the sky, breathing rapidly. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he was taking the exam. He was full of energy. Su Ying and Gu Shaoqing smiled and cheered for Wu Ming since he had finished writing at the last minute. Chapter 279. I just finished the Level D formula gravity manipulation. What about you guys? Wu Ming looked at Su Ying and Gu Shaoqing. I spent 15 minutes to complete the Level F formula flexible waist and spent the rest of the time helping Su Ying complete the Level E formula black descent. I just finished it. Gu Shaoqing wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yes, thanks to Gu Shaoqing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to complete it. Su Ying nodded. That's good. Wu Ming nodded. The host, Wang Ying, said, Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the final stage. Please place your documents on the table for the staff to check. Tap, tap, tap. Many staff members moved out and scanned the documents with scanners. Then, the database and the judges behind the scenes did a comprehensive analysis. Soon, the scores were out. Thunder City, 955 points. Daxing City, 930 points. Feng Yuan City, 700 points. More and more team scores were out. Only Luo Shudai, Yan Zhengji, and Wu Ming were present. However, many Grade E trainers still tried to complete the Grade E formula. Although they made a lot of mistakes, some of them got it right, so they got the points they deserved. In the seats, hearing that Thunder City only had 955 points, Luo Shudai's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. How can we only have so few points? Luo Shudai glared at the staff in front of her. The staff member didn't dare to provoke Luo Shudai. She was a famous Level D trainer. He could only explain patiently. Miss Luo, your Thunder City really only has 955 points. Although you have completed all the recipes, there are a few mistakes, so your points were deducted. What mistakes? Luo Shudai glared again. The staff member quickly turned on the tablet and showed the results of the review of Thunder City's 10 formulas. The specific mistakes were all pointed out. Luo Shudai's mouth was wide open. She was speechless. Those mistakes didn't seem obvious at first. However, as she thought about it, she slapped her head and realized her mistakes. So annoying. Luo Shudai was so angry that she stomped her feet. She looked at the individual ranking and found that she only had 650 points. This score was enough to rank first in the individual rankings. However, compared to Wu Ming, the difference was too big. 10 minutes later, the scores of the 300 teams had basically been consolidated and displayed on the big screen. At this time, the audience's eyes all fell on Wu Ming, Su Ying, and Gu Shaoqing. At this time, the staff was checking their scores for the additional questions. Ding dong. Discovered a small error in the F-grade formula flexible waist, deducting 5 points. The actual score is 45 points. The mechanical voice slowly sounded. Gu Shaoqing, who was in charge of this F-grade formula, was very depressed, but his mood improved when Wu Ming patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. F-rank recipes are 50 points, and you only lost 5 points. That's pretty good, Wu Ming said with a smile. At this time, the staff member was reviewing the second formula. Ding dong. Discovered 3 small errors in the E-grade formula black descent, deducting points of 5, 10, and 5 respectively for a total of 20 points. The actual score is 130 points. As soon as the voice came out, the audience's breathing quickened. Next, it was time for the last evolution food. Even Luo Shudai, Yan Zhengji, Manager Qin, and Wang Ying were looking at it seriously. Ding dong. No errors in the D-grade formula gravity manipulation found. The actual score is 500 points. The cold mechanical voice sounded. As soon as the words came out, the audience gasped. That was a D-grade formula. In the last 25 minutes, Wu Ming actually achieved 0 errors. Perverted, truly perverted. Wu Ming, Wu Ming, Wu Ming. Some of the fanatical audience had already stood up and shouted loudly. On the big screen, Garan Castle's total score had skyrocketed to 1825 points, 870 points more than the second-place Thunder City. On the individual scoreboard, Wu Ming obtained 1,300 points. He alone was enough to crush Thunder City's total score. An invisible sense of oppression instantly fell on the bodies of the members of the major teams, making them tremble. The overall score for this round is over. Congratulations to all the participants for the wonderful competition. In this stage of the competition, Jialan City has left everyone in the dust, taking first place with a team total of 1825 points, while Sir Wu Ming took first place with an individual score of 1,300 points. Let's congratulate them. The host, Wang Ying, shouted loudly. Wu Ming is awesome. Many fans roared. Some women looked at the handsome Wu Ming and shouted excitedly. In addition, the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up, and the special interaction with the people around them made them unable to help but clamp their slender legs and blush. On the field, Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. My score is so high. Even if I don't participate in the 5th stage of the competition, Garan Castle can still get one of the top 100 key constructions. He murmured. Beside him, Su Ying and Gu Xiaocheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Combining the previous 4 stages of the competition, Garan Castle had always been the top team with a large lead. Even if they didn't participate in the 5th stage of the competition, they would still be in the top 30. The next stage of the competition is to mix the evolutionary food. We just have to play steadily and don't feel pressured. Wu Ming reminded the two of them. Okay. Gu Xiaocheng and Su Ying nodded. At this time, Wang Ying shouted from the sky. This competition is over. Dear audience, see you next time. She winked at the audience and left the stadium. The members of the various battle teams looked at Wu Ming one after another, their gazes filled with admiration. Along the way, Wu Ming's strength made their hearts tremble. He was the indisputable number 1. Autograph. I want your autograph. Some crazy female fans held books in their left hand and gel pens in their right hand, rushing faster than the champion of the competition. It didn't take long for Wu Ming to be surrounded. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Line up and come one by one. Wu Ming blushed with shame. He sat in his seat and spent half an hour before he finally sent away these crazy fans and slipped out of the stadium. Thunder Spirit Villa. Wang Chilu snorted. Humph. We should be the ones surrounding the boss. That's right. The other beauties were all very unconvinced. In their opinion, only they were qualified to be Wu Ming's crazy fans. Sisters, now that the various matters of the conglomerate have been settled, why don't we go to the domestication center together? Wang Chilu suggested. Under normal circumstances, most conglomerates were family forces, but Thunder Spirit Conglomerate was a little special. The former boss liked strong men and had no descendants. He wasn't a native of Nanjiang City and had no family to help him develop here. After dealing with the former boss and receiving the city lord's approval, Wu Ming completely controlled Thunder Spirit Conglomerate. At this stage, Wang Chilu and the others had stabilized the internal situation of the conglomerate and had nothing else to do for the time being. Therefore, they missed Wu Ming. Chapter 280. Wang Chilu thought of something and said, Right, is the Red Masked Assassin Guild done recruiting? Human Resources Director Li Shuang said softly, Don't worry, I've already arranged for the recruitment. We're going for the elite route, and we're only hiring female assassins. He. Aren't you afraid that the boss can't handle it? Financial Director Yusuruo covered her mouth and laughed. Operations Director Zhou Qingyi interrupted. The main reason we're recruiting female assassins is because we don't like to see other men. But now that you mention it, it doesn't seem right. Right, they're all female assassins. What if the boss one day? You're all so inexperienced, yet you talk so flirtatiously. Despicable. Wang Chilu raised her middle finger. TCH, aren't you the same? The others picked up soft, fluffy pillows and threw them at Wang Chalu. Then, more than a dozen beauties started playing around in the hall. East Sea City, one of the three central cities of Huaxia. Nanjiang City had 6 major families, while East Sea City had 4 major families. Individually, they were slightly stronger than the 6 major families, but in terms of overall strength, the 6 major families were on par with the 4 major families. One of the 4 major families of East Sea City, the Pang family. In a resplendent meeting hall, Patriarch Pang angrily smashed his teacup and said, although Pang Wenba disgraced the Pang family and was forced to leave the family to fend for himself in Nanjiang City, he's still a member of the Pang family. Pass down my orders. Send out assassins to confront Wu Ming. Remember, Wu Ming has already been recognized by the mayor of Nanjiang City and legally controls the Thunder Spear Corporation. So, we can only threaten him to hand over the Thunder Spear Corporation. If he doesn't hand it over, as soon as Patriarch Pang gave the order, a figure in a tight combat suit immediately left the hall and sat on the back of a giant poisonous bee with a wingspan of 5 meters. They flew towards Nanjiang City. Patriarch, it's not appropriate to let her go, right? The sexy woman with long wavy hair lay in Patriarch Pang's arms and said coquettishly, what's not appropriate? The Pang family's old patriarch snorted coldly. This bitch, she actually dared to threaten me with death and refused to submit to me. She even said that she would let me take advantage of her after she died. How preposterous. This time, let her deal with that troublesome Wu Ming. Old master, aren't you afraid that this slut will betray you? The charming woman asked. Don't be afraid. We've placed a special poisonous pet in her head. Apart from the fact that she would rather die than submit to me, she won't dare to disobey any other orders. The Pang family's patriarch laughed heartily. To be able to become the patriarch of the East Sea City's 4 great clans, he was not a kind person. On the contrary, he was a vicious and merciless person. The charming woman lay in old Master Pang's arms and lowered her head, a strange light flashing through her eyes. Sunset Domestication Center. Wu Ming had already eaten lunch and was lying on the warm and comfortable bed, enjoying Wan Siyu's soft hands massaging his shoulders. So comfortable. Wu Ming teased her. Siyu, if the pet store goes bankrupt in the future, you can open a massage center. You'll definitely make a lot of money. Puffed. Wan Siyu almost burst out laughing. Brother Wu, you're so awesome. How can the pet store go bankrupt? Besides, even if it goes bankrupt, I'll always be by your side to help you. Wu Ming was glad to hear that. He suddenly turned over and was face to face with Wan Siyu. At this moment, Wan Siyu's heart was racing. She slowly bent down and kissed Wu Ming. An hour later, Wu Ming checked the time and then looked at Wan Siyu, who was sleeping next to him. He felt that he was not satisfied. Ever since he became a beast tamer and received part of the pet's strength, he had become more and more powerful. Wan Siyu alone could not stop him. Wu Ming wanted to go to Yi Sanyang, but at this moment, he heard Wang Chula's coquettish voice in his mind. Boss, I miss you. Hearing that, Wu Ming thought of Wang Chulu, Yu Suruo, Zhou Qingyi, and other beautiful women with long legs. I'll go to the Thunder Spirit Villa right now, Wu Ming replied, sat on the back of the ice Quetzalcoatlus, and set off as fast as he could. As a Class C flying pet, the ice Quetzalcoatlus was very fast. It was more than 200 meters per second. It would only take more than 20 minutes to get to Nanjiang City. In the villa, everyone was excited to hear that Wu Ming was coming. Oh my God, I'll take a shower, change my clothes, and put on makeup. They danced in excitement, and then ran back to their suites to get busy. The Thunder Spirit Villa covered a large area. Wang Chalu and Yu Suruo each had a presidential suite, which had a kitchen, bedroom, living room, yoga room, super large bathroom, study, tea room. In short, everything was available. Wang Chalu sat in the cloakroom, looking at all kinds of expensive cosmetics on the table and the countless luxurious clothes around her. Her sexy red lips curled up. Finally, Wu Ming was coming. She had to do her best to satisfy him. High up in the sky, Wu Ming was sitting on the back of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. However, when he was halfway there, he keenly sensed a trace of danger. He shifted his consciousness. The ice Quetzalcoatlus climbed up at once. The next second, with a whoosh, a huge black poisonous bee with a wingspan of 5 meters flew over where the ice Quetzalcoatlus was. Wu Ming took a closer look and realized that there was a huge poisonous bee in the sky. There was a person sitting on the back of the poisonous bee. She was tall and slender. She was wearing a high-end nano-grade combat suit, which outlined her perfect curves. He quietly opened the Eye of Insight. Name: Bright Moon. Level: Class B, Beast Tamer. Identity: a top assassin of the Longs, one of the 4 major families in the city of ECs. There is a poisonous insect pet in her head. It is currently sleeping and can be detonated by the pet's master at any time. Pet: Class B Elite Giant Poisonous Bee. Talents: Class B Terror, Class B Stinger, Class B Hurricane, Class C Defense. Wu Ming's face darkened when he read her confidence. The former boss of the Thunder Spirit conglomerate was Peng Wenba. After chatting with the owner of the Tower of Beasts and the executive Chu Yuanshu that day, the two had added each other's VX. After that, Wu Ming learned that Peng Wenba was from the Longs, one of the 4 major families in the city of ECs. You are an assassin from the Longs? Wu Ming asked loudly. Bright Moon, who was on the back of the giant poisonous bee, was surprised. She did not expect Wu Ming to recognize her at first sight. So, she said coldly, Yes, I am an assassin from the Longs, but my mission this time is not to kill you. Then what are you doing here? Wu Ming asked. He could tell that Bright Moon did not want to kill him. Otherwise, that attack would not have missed. It would have killed the Class C Ice Wing Dragon. The old master of the Longs ordered you to hand over the control of the Thunder Spirit conglomerate and then kneel in front of him and beg for mercy, Bright Moon said. Ha ha! Do you think I will agree? Wu Ming laughed to the sky with a look of disdain. Of course not. Anyone who agrees must be sick in the head, Bright Moon said. Wu Ming was taken aback by her words. It seemed that Bright Moon was very dissatisfied with the Longs. She was so careless when carrying out a mission. She did not have the style of a top assassin at all. She seemed to be doing it half-heartedly. Thinking of the poisonous insect in Bright Moon's head, Wu Ming had an idea. Chapter 281. You're interesting. Wu Ming looked at Jiao Yue and pointed to the ground. It's too windy here. Let's talk in the forest. My mission was to threaten you to hand over the Thunder Spirit Corporation, but you refused. I have to go back and report. I don't have time for this nonsense, Jiao said coldly with her arms crossed. She controlled the giant bee to turn around, ready to leave. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to deal with the pet in your head? It doesn't feel good to be restricted, does it? Wu Ming suddenly burst into laughter, which made Jiao Yue's heart skip a beat. She turned around and stared at Wu Ming with flickering eyes. Whoosh! After a moment of hesitation, she controlled the giant bee to land on the ground and waited quietly. I knew it. Wu Ming was overjoyed. He landed slowly and stood in front of Jiao Yue. They were a few kilometers away from the Sunset Boulevard. The vegetation was dense, and there were few people around. It was quiet here. Under normal circumstances, no one would pass by here for months or even years. Tap, tap, tap. Jiao Yue jumped off the back of the Class B giant bee and stood next to it. She crossed her arms, which squeezed the giant bee even more. One look at her was enough to make people feel hot. Jiao Yue was 1.75 centimeters tall. Now, after stepping on a pair of high heels, his height was almost the same as Wu Ming. Bang! The ice Quetzalcoatlus fell to the ground and laid there, allowing Wu Ming to walk to the ground and walk towards Bright Moon. How do you know there's a pet in my head? Jiao Yue asked coldly. Only the old man of the Peng family knew this secret. No one else knew. The fact that Wu Ming could tell her meant that he had a special method to detect the problem in her head. Jiao Yue believed that this was the talent of Wu Ming's pet. How would I know? Don't worry about it. Wu Ming shrugged. Huh, forget it. It's a waste of time. Jiao Yue was about to jump back onto the giant bee. I can help you deal with the poisonous pets, Wu Ming said. Jiao Yue's raised leg froze in midair. She turned around and looked at Wu Ming. And then? You want me to be your slave after you're done with it? However, your dreams are going to be dashed. Whoosh! Xiao Yu leaped. As the beast tamer of the giant venomous wasp, she had received part of the giant venomous wasp's strength. She was physically strong. While wearing the combat suit, she could crush an average F-rank pet in a one-on-one fight. With a light leap, she landed on the back of the giant poison bee. However, after jumping onto the giant poison bee's back, Xiao Yu did not hurry to leave, as if she was waiting for something. What's wrong? You're not leaving? Wu Ming asked with a smile. Xiao Yu snorted and did not speak. In fact, she still hoped that she could get rid of the poisonous bug in her brain. However, she did not want to enter the tiger's den right after leaving the wolf's den. I have an assassin's guild called the Red Mask Guild. There are no assassins in the guild at the moment. Therefore, I want to recruit you. Wu Ming pointed at Xiao Yu with a smile. Xiao Yu did not leave right away, which meant that this matter could be discussed. Let's not talk about whether you can get rid of the poisonous bug in my brain. Even if you can, I'm afraid that you will put in new ones later, right? Xiao Yu's face was cold. That was what I thought at first. Wu Ming nodded. Shameless. Xiao Yu laughed. Men, they know when to yield and when not to. They can be shameless, and they can also be generous. Wu Ming laughed. The more Xiao Yu spoke, the more she yearned for freedom. But that was what I thought at first. If you come to the Red Mask Guild, I won't put in any poisonous bugs. But let me make it clear. If you betray me, I will kill you with my own hands. With that said, Wu Ming clapped his hands. Xiao Yu's pupils shrank. This was because she didn't know when a glowing sword had appeared around her neck. On Wu Ming's shoulder stood a glowing, colorful winged chameleon, looking valiant and mighty. Is this your Class B pet? Xiao Yu was shocked. Clap, clap. Wu Ming clapped his hands again. With a whoosh, the glowing sword disappeared. When it reappeared, the colorful winged chameleon was holding it. What do you think? Wu Ming asked. I will get rid of the poisonous bug in your brain, and you will be my subordinate. I will only submit to the strong. If you can beat me in a one-on-one fight, I will recognize you as my boss. But if you lose, I would rather not let you get rid of the poisonous bug in my brain, Xiao Yu said. One-on-one. How do we fight? Wu Ming was stunned. Thud. Xiao Yu jumped down from the giant poisonous bee's back. She twisted her neck and crooked her finger at Wu Ming. You and I one-on-one. That's it. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Sure, if he couldn't even beat a woman, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Whoosh. The next second, Wu Ming suddenly realized that Xiao Yu was dashing over at a speed of more than 10 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of him. She swept her long and beautiful leg over. Bang! It was as if the air was about to explode. That kick was horrifying. No wonder she is a top assassin who has been strengthened by a Class B pet. She can crush any combat personnel in the special forces with her physical strength alone. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Of course, Xiao Yu's physical strength was only among the best among humans. But compared to pets and beasts, she was nothing. Any E-class beast will be able to beat her up. She didn't dodge? Pretty but useless, isn't she? Seeing Wu Ming standing there in a daze, Xiao Yu thought that her speed had frightened him. Out of instinct, she held back some of her strength. Bang! The next second, Xiao Yu's beautiful leg landed on Wu Ming's shoulder. The expected scene of Wu Ming being kicked away didn't happen. Ouch! Instead, Wu Ming felt a heavy weight on his shoulder and pain on his leg. How can you be so heavy? Xiao Yu bounced back to the ground. She stumbled back several meters. She felt as if she had kicked a heavy tank. She couldn't move him at all. If it weren't for the fact that she was also wearing a combat suit, the strength of that kick would have broken her bones. Wu Ming smiled, but didn't say anything. He had only increased the weight of the dark gold armor to 100 tons. Under such circumstances, not even a Class C or B pet could hurt him, let alone Xiao Yu. Come on, hit me here. Wu Ming pointed to his forehead. No more. Xiao Yu took 5 steps back. Her expression was cloudy. I didn't know that you were so strong. In terms of physical strength, you are much stronger than a Class A beast tamer. Xiao Yu was even more shocked. She felt that she couldn't see through Wu Ming anymore. So, I won the one-on-one? Wu Ming smiled. You win. Jiao Yu crossed her arms. As long as you can get rid of the poisonous pet in my head, I am willing to submit to you. But if I don't agree, you can't touch my body. Sure. Wu Ming nodded. He had too many women at the moment. He couldn't handle them all. It didn't matter if he touched one more or one less. Besides, that was now. In the future, whether he touched her or not would be up to Jiao Yu. Chapter 282. In the forest. On top of the boulder, Jiao Yu sat quietly on the smooth and cool rock. Wu Ming sat next to her. They were very close to each other. The process of retrieving the venomous insects is very dangerous. You will die if you are not careful. So, you must cooperate. Wu Ming reminded him with a serious face. Yes. Jiao Yu nodded. Good. I am ready to begin. Wu Ming added in a low voice. Let me make it clear first. You must do as I say. Do not resist. Yes. Jiao Yu nodded. Now lie down, Wu Ming said. Jiao Yu hesitated. She lay down on the cool rock. But because she was wearing a combat suit, she didn't feel anything. Take off your helmet, Wu Ming said. Bright Moon stretched out her hand and tapped her temple a few times. The helmet receded into the upper body of the armor like quicksand, revealing a beautiful face. A delicate chin. Her skin was so delicate that could be broken by the wind. A pair of bright, clear, and resolute eyes. You are quite pretty. No wonder you are always worried about other people lusting after your body, Wu Ming teased. Jiao Yu turned to Wu Ming and asked, Aren't you lusting after my body? Food and sex are part of human nature, Wu Ming whispered. His expression became more serious. Okay, now let's get to the point. He removed his dark golden armor and pressed on Jiao Yu's temples with his index fingers. He poured 5 evolution points into Jiao Yu's body and slowly moved them to her brain to help with the investigation. Soon, Wu Ming located the venomous insect pet. It was only the size of a grain of rice and looked like a white beetle. It was lying on the cerebral cortex, as if it had entered hibernation. However, it would wake up or explode at the Pang family's old master's call. I feel something cool entering my body, Jiao Yu said. That is normal, Wu Ming said. I want to see your face, Jiao Yu said all of a sudden. Wu Ming was silent for a while. The dark golden armor on his face dispersed, revealing a determined and impeccably handsome face. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, Jiao Yu's breathing quickened slightly as she said, To be honest, you look even more handsome than in the photos. Really? That would be my honor. The corners of Wu Ming's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bright smile. Although it couldn't warm Jiao Yu's heart, it made her heart fluctuate. I heard you have a lot of women. Juyue suddenly said. Not many. Including you, there are only about 10. Wu Ming said shamelessly. Bah, who's your woman? Jiao Yu gritted her teeth. Okay, don't move. Wu Ming's eyes suddenly became serious. The poisonous bug in your brain is showing signs of awakening. I have to get out immediately. How could this be? Jiao Yu was shocked. Don't talk. Wu Ming's eyes became focused. Using the system's eye of insight, he saw the poisonous bug. Looking at the serious expression on his handsome face, Jiao Yu could feel Wu Ming's masculine aura. For some reason, the special feeling in her heart became stronger. It seemed that her resistance towards Wu Ming had lessened a lot. At this time, Wu Ming's face was serious. He realized that the poisonous bug in Jiao Yu's brain seemed to be awakening. If this continued, it would explode in less than 3 seconds. Listen to me from now on. Wu Ming didn't care if Jiao Yu agreed or not. He immediately pressed her down on the spot, not allowing her to move. Then, he immediately had the rainbow-winged chameleon use an energy sword to open a small hole in Jiao Yu's head. It didn't hurt her brain. What are you doing? Jiao Yu was shocked. The next moment, she realized that Wu Ming had reached out and used a tentacle-like black substance to invade her brain. It clamped onto a beetle the size of a grain of rice and threw it out forcefully. Whoosh! The poisonous bug fell 10 meters away and hit a big tree, causing a terrifying explosion. Boom! That pine tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters was blown apart by the venomous bug, The big tree collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. This is so scary. Jiaoyu was so shocked that she almost jumped up. If this thing exploded in her brain, not only would her brain be damaged, her entire head would be gone. I'll heal you, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. The rainbow-winged chameleon standing on his shoulder immediately emitted a soft green light. It had actually used the rank E healing halo to clear the air and foreign matter in Jiaoyu's brain and heal her wound. The rainbow-winged chameleon was very malleable. In the past few days, Wu Ming had mixed a lot of evolution food. He had already fed some of it to the chameleon, increasing its talent by a lot. And today, the rank E healing halo had contributed greatly. Without this talent, Jiaoyu wouldn't have survived. The healing process was very fast. Jiaoyu only felt that her brain was a little numb, but because of her strong physical fitness, she was able to stay awake the whole time. Phew, it's done. After the treatment, Wu Ming touched Jiaoyu's head and found that the wound had already healed. Even her hair had grown out without any trace. Now you're free. Wu Ming stood up and stretched out his hand to Jiaoyu, who was lying on the boulder. Pa! Jiaoyu grabbed Wu Ming's hand and used his strength to stand up. She could feel that she had become very relaxed. It was as if the shackles on her body had been removed, and she had completely become a free person, able to live happily under the sun. Thank you. Jiaoyu looked at Wu Ming. From today onwards, you are my boss, and at the same time, my savior. Where I come from, to a savior, we usually have to repay them with our body. Wu Ming teased. Pay. Shameless. Jiaoyu spat. However, Wu Ming clearly saw that her face was a little red, as if she was shy. He couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that Jiaoyu was shy? Cough, cough. Just as Wu Ming was in a daze, Jiaoyu had already put on the nano-grade combat suit and stood in front of Wu Ming. What do I do next? Jiaoyu asked. I'm going to the Thunder Spirit Villa. You can come along. Later, I will arrange for you to be with my subordinates, and they will take you to the Red Mask Assassin Guild. Wu Ming said. What about Donghai City's Pang family? Jiaoyu asked. They are one of the 4 great families and have an A rank. If you kidnap me, aren't you afraid of their revenge? Not afraid. Wu Ming shook his head. The Pang family had already sent Jiaoyu to his door, and both sides had already formed a grudge. At this time, there was no need to be afraid. There was only one sentence. Life and death were indifferent, and if you don't accept it, then do it. You're so brave. Jiaoyu made a rare joke. You haven't even tried. How do you know I'm brave? Don't tell me you want to try. Wu Ming continued to tease her. Jiaoyu instantly understood, and her face turned red. Hey, you're not serious? Wu Ming laughed. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Let's go to Nanjiang City's Thunder Spirit Villa. As he spoke, Wu Ming used the Master Ball to put away the ice Quetzalcoatlus. What kind of black technology is this? Jiaoyu was shocked, and then she was stunned. You put away the ice Quetzalcoatlus, and now you want to run over? I'll sit with you. Wu Ming pointed at the B-rank giant venomous bee. Jiaoyu was anxious. She found that Wu Ming really hit the snake with the stick, shameless. 3 minutes later, high up in the sky, Wu Ming sat on the back of the giant venomous bee and stretched out his hand, holding Jiaoyu's slender waist. We're separated by the combat suit. It's fine. Wu Ming whispered in Jiaoyu's ear, causing the latter's face to turn even redder, and she wanted to kick Wu Ming down. Chapter 283. Outside Nanjiang City. As one of the 3 central cities, Nanjiang City was forbidden from flying at high altitudes. Anyone who entered the city had to fly below 100 meters, and the city walls of Nanjiang City were over 100 meters tall. Because of this, Wu Ming and Jiaoyu had to pass through the city gates to enter the city. Even Grade A beast tamers had to abide by the rules. Only Grade S beast tamers could ignore the no-fly rule. Once they reached Grade S, they could enter and exit the major areas freely. They had great authority and were not subject to any restrictions. Becoming Grade S wasn't something that could be done with money. You could get Grade A with money, but you definitely couldn't get Grade S. The water here was very deep, and most beast tamers couldn't grasp it. Welcome, H. Wu Ming. As Wu Ming flashed the exclusive badge of the new boss of Thunder Spirit Conglomerate and pressed his fingerprint on the device, his information was immediately seen by the security personnel. The people present were in awe and quickly let him through. Whoosh! The two sat on the back of the giant venomous bee and flew towards Thunder Spirit Villa. They soon arrived at their destination. Inside Thunder Spirit Villa, the 15 beauties had finished their makeup and changed their clothes. They stood in front of the hall on the first floor, waiting. Whoosh! As the giant venomous bee descended from the sky, Wu Ming pinched Jiao Yu's slender waist and jumped off the giant venomous bee. Although there were 2 layers of armor between them, Jiao Yu still had a strange feeling. She couldn't wait to kick Wu Ming away. Welcome home, boss. 15 great beauties lined up in 2 rows, with 7 on the left and 8 on the right, respectively, making Wu Ming feel a sense of uneasiness. Let me introduce you. This is Jiao Yu, a Grade B female assassin. She has agreed to join the Red Mask Assassin Guild. Wu Ming pointed at Jiao Yu and introduced her to the 15 business elites. Wow, it's actually Jiao Yu. We know her. I heard that Sister Jiao Yu is one of the top female assassins in Donghai City. We have wanted to recruit her for a long time. Boss is still the best to bring Sister Jiao Yu here. Wang Chulu, Yu Suruo, and the other beauties were all talking at once, which made Wu Ming and Jiao Yu stunned. Wait, what's going on? Jiao Yu asked Wang Chulu as she removed her nanoscale armor. Wow, so this is younger sister Ju Yue's true appearance. Come, let's talk in a living room. As she spoke, Wang Chulu took Ju Yue's hand and pulled her to the living room on the first floor. Boss, I missed you so much. Yu Suruo held Wu Ming's arm with both hands. Her arrogance brought him infinite gentleness, which made Wu Ming almost straighten his head. Little vixen, I'll deal with you after I'm done with my business. Wu Ming quietly slapped Yu Suruo's perky butt. 3 minutes later. Thunder Spirit Villa, first floor hall. Wu Ming was sitting on the sofa. Yu Suruo and several other beauties were massaging his shoulders and back or serving him cut fruits. Whoosh! The demon atomic beast fell from the ceiling and turned into a black bracelet, which was on Wu Ming's left wrist. At this time, they had been chatting for a while. It's like this. Since the boss gave us the job of recruiting new members for the Red Mask Assassin Guild, we used secret channels to investigate and found out about the famous female assassins in Huaxia. Younger sister Jiao Yue is very outstanding. She's one of the top 10 female assassins. She's nicknamed Poisonous Bee Queen. To be honest, we've always wanted to recruit you. It's a pity that you seem to be loyal to the Pang family, one of the 4 major families in Donghai City, and you've never shown your face outside. It's almost impossible to recruit you. Wang Chulu said tirelessly. Recruit female assassins? Zhu Yue heard this request and immediately looked at Wu Ming on the sofa. Cough, cough. Wu Ming spat out the grape in his mouth and waved his hand repeatedly. This is not my intention, although I think it's great. Ah, shameless. Jiao Yue crossed her legs. Although she was still wearing the nanograde armor, it still couldn't cover her long and slender legs. Well, you can talk to Zhu Yue about the development of the Red Mask Assassin Guild. I believe you can do it well. Wu Ming stood up and walked upstairs. Boss, I'll show you around. The financial director, Yu Suruo, intimately leaned on Wu Ming and took him into the elevator. On the 7th floor of the villa, there were several super luxurious suites here. Among them, 701 was the room where the financial director, Yu Suruo, lived. Wu Ming and Yu Suruo walked in. A burst of fragrance hit their nostrils. Wu Ming took a deep breath and felt refreshed. The furnishings here were very luxurious. Expensive artwork, all kinds of expensive clothes, cosmetics, and accessories added up to a total value of more than 10 million yuan. You're really a luxurious rich woman. Wu Ming smiled. I'm the financial director. I earned this money with my own wisdom. Yu Suruo pulled Wu Ming to sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of tea. Wu Ming took a sip and moistened his throat. This tea is good. It's very smooth. Wu Ming praised. The taste is good, very good. What brand is it? I'll buy a can. Yu Suruo breathed. Boss, no matter how smooth this tea is, it's not as good as mine. She slowly got up. With a pull of her hand, the long dress slowly fell to the ground. Perfect. Wu Ming's eyes widened and his breathing stagnated. He, who had been suppressing a vigorous fire, didn't want to suppress it anymore. He stood up and welcomed her. Their breathing gradually became heavier and heavier. Half an hour later, looking at Yusuruo lying in his arms and the red plum on the soft snow-white sheets, Wu Ming smiled slightly. Sleep well. Since you have become my women, although I, Wu Ming, am a bit of a scumbag, I will take responsibility even if I die. He pulled up the quilt and covered Yusuruo. Then, Wu Ming slowly walked to Suite 702. The director of the president's office, Wang Chalu, lived there. Yusuruo slowly opened her eyes and looked at Wu Ming's tall and straight back as he walked away. Thinking of what Wu Ming said before, she couldn't help but smile. Boss, he is so nice. She had a sweet face. In Suite 702, a new battle was going on. 11 o'clock in the evening. Wu Ming was so tired that he was lying on the sofa on the first floor. He didn't even bother to eat the tonics that the Human Resources Director, Li Shuang, had sent someone to buy. It's so tiring to be a man, Wu Ming whispered. Jiyue was sitting next to him and eating fruit. When she heard Wu Ming's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. From daytime until now, there are a total of 7 people. It would be strange if you didn't die of exhaustion. Jiao Yue sneered. Actually, if you're willing, I can regain my masculinity. Wu Ming looked serious. Bah, Jiao Yue rolled her eyes. Okay, enough joking. Let's get down to business. Wu Ming ate a tonics pill and looked at Jiao Yue seriously. You're willing to be the new president of the Red Mask Assassin Guild, right? As long as I have the financial support of the Thunder Spirit conglomerate, I can do it. Jiao Yue nodded. Okay then. Wu Ming nodded. From now on, you'll be the president of the Red Mask Assassin Guild. You'll be in charge of running the guild for me. Stop. I still have the same question. Jiao Yue looked serious. What if the Pang family finds out about this? They have Class A pets. You can't beat them. Chapter 284. Jiao Yue's words made Wu Ming fall into silence. The Pang family of the East Sea City was indeed a threat, but he didn't have to worry about it for the time being. This matter wouldn't be exposed so soon. He could hide it for a while. After the national competition, he could go to the mayor's mansion and kill the beasts. Then, he would be able to help the Rainbow Chameleon advance to Class A. By then, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the Pang family of the East Sea City. If they dared to make a move, then there was only one word to say, fight. But before I reach Class S, I have to keep a low profile. Also, I haven't unlocked the advanced store with Class S formulas. I have to collect more evolution points and try to unlock the advanced store as soon as possible so that I can get the formulas above Class S. Wu Ming said to himself. To unlock the intermediate store, he had to accumulate more than 10,000 evolution points and train a Class D pet. Wu Ming had already fulfilled these 2 requirements. At the moment, to unlock the advanced store, he had to accumulate more than 500,000 evolution points, train 3 Class A pets, kill 3 Class A beasts, and have a wealth of over 1 trillion. Compared to the intermediate store, the advanced store was much harder to unlock. Wu Ming had only completed 1 requirement so far. That was to have a wealth of over 1 trillion. He had to rely on subduing the Thunder Spirit conglomerate. There's still a long way to go, Wu Ming said to himself. At the moment, he had accumulated nearly 100,000 evolution points. There was still a long way to go before he could reach 500,000. As for training 3 Class A pets and killing 3 Class A beasts, those were also difficult. I'll take it slow, Wu Ming encouraged himself. Seeing that Wu Ming had been silent for a long time, Jiyue couldn't help but remind him, Hey, you haven't answered me yet. What? Wu Ming came back to his senses. You're talking about the Pang family of the East Sea City. Don't worry. As long as you can guarantee that they won't know that you've betrayed them within a month, everything will be fine. Jiao Yue's eyes narrowed. It's not impossible for me to hide it for a month. In any case, I used to go out for a few months. However, my mission is to get you to hand over the Thunder Spirit Corporation. You have to give me a reply soon. What do you want me to do? Just tell him that I need half a month to think about it. If he asks again after half a month, just tell him that I need 3 more days to think about it. Anyway, there's only one word to describe it: delay. Wu Ming suggested. Do you think the Pang family's old master is a fool? Dragging this matter out for 3 days is already good enough. Jiao Yu rolled her eyes. She was speechless at Wu Ming's rotten idea. I don't care. Anyway, drag it out for at least half a month. After half a month, it's hard to say who's threatening who. Wu Ming's face turned cold. Zhu Yue was smart enough to figure out the reason. Is it possible that you can make your pet advance to Class A within a month? Yes. Wu Ming nodded. Is that possible? Jiao Yu found it inconceivable. Starting from Class D, pets would go through a metamorphosis when they advanced to Class D. However, there was a chance that the metamorphosis would fail. Once the metamorphosis failed, the pet would have to undergo another metamorphosis. Some pets did not have high potential. They could rely on evolutionary food and pet crystals to continue to evolve. However, the further they advanced, the more difficult the metamorphosis would be. For example, a pet with potential of Class A could have an 80% chance of evolving from Class B to Class A in the end. On the other hand, even if a pet with only F-level potential evolved all the way to the B level, the probability of it evolving to the A level was very low when it consumed enough evolutionary food. The probability was only 1%. Once the metamorphosis failed, the pet would have to wait for some time to accumulate enough energy before it could continue the metamorphosis. Therefore, the higher the level of the pet, the more difficult it would be to train it. The higher the quality of the evolutionary food, the higher the probability of the metamorphosis would be. The success rate of a pet's metamorphosis was less than 1/10 of that of a pet's metamorphosis with the help of superior grade evolutionary food. Therefore, even though pets like the nether cat and the little overlord didn't have a high potential, the food they consumed was of superior quality. The chances of them evolving were high. They, too, had the potential to become top-level pets. However, Zhu Yue was not aware of this. As far as she was concerned, it would be difficult for Wu Ming to turn the rainbow chameleon into Class A in half a month. Whether it works or not, we'll see in half a month. Wu Ming did not explain further. It was useless to say more. The result would speak for itself. If you don't have a Class A pet in half a month, I might run away. Zhu Yue shrugged her shoulders. You won't be able to run away. Wu Ming was confident. He sized up Zhu Yue with her voluptuous figure and said, From now on, you will live here. Help me keep them safe. Sure. Zhu Yue nodded. Her giant bee had a Class C talent. It could release many small bees that could monitor the surroundings. Zhu Yue alone would be enough to keep Wang Chulu and the others safe. Okay, do you want to go upstairs and exercise? Wu Ming stood up, took some supplements, and teased her. I'll break your bones. Jiao Yue ground her sharp canine teeth. In Wu Ming's eyes, there was no fierceness, only naughtiness. Tap, tap, tap. Wu Ming stepped into the elevator and went to the 8th floor. He gently pushed open the door to Suite 803. That was where Zhou Qingyi, the director of operations, lived. Sir, you are finally here. Zhou Qingyi had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Wu Ming coming, she hurried to greet him. That night, Wu Ming felt his waist was sore. It wasn't until noon the next day that he lay in the swimming pool on the 10th floor, drinking supplements and looking at the new decorations around him. Being a man is so tiring, he complained. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Ming finally recovered. Sitting at the head of the long table on the 1st floor and looking at the 15 beauties sitting on both sides, he was in a good mood. Sir, come eat. Eat this. Wang Chulu, Yu Saruo, Zhou Qingyi, and Li Shishuang kept putting food on Wu Ming's plate and even fed him personally. At the other end of the long table, Zhu Yue was holding a bowl of salad alone. Looking at Wu Ming being served by everyone, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why are you a vegetarian? Wu Ming looked at Zhu Yue across the long table and asked with a smile. I'm on a diet. Zhu Yue shrugged and continued to eat vegetarian. After dinner, Wu Ming continued to stay in the Thunder Spirit Villa. The Beast Tamer competition would be held next. The beast tamer competition wouldn't be held for the time being, so he could stay here. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day. The Pang family in the city of Donghai. How dare you? Jiwa, the T6 has been out for a few days and still hasn't replied. What's going on? Old Master Pang scolded angrily. He took out his phone and dialed a number. In the Thunder Spirit Villa, Jiwa was standing in the basement, holding a dart in her hand. She threw it from 30 meters away and hit the bullseye accurately. Wang Chulu and others praised her. They all wanted to learn. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, Jiayue's phone rang. It's old Master Pang. Seeing the disgusting number on her phone, her face turned serious. Wang Chulu and others beside her also turned pale and didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 285. Hello. Jiyue made a shushing gesture to the people around her and picked up the phone. Did you grow up eating sh*t? It's been a few days. Why haven't you responded yet? As soon as the call went through, Master Pang's angry scolding could be heard. Jiyue picked her ear. Oh, Master Pang was so angry that his nose was crooked. 3 days, it's been 3 days. Do you know how I've spent the past 3 days? I couldn't eat well, and I couldn't sleep well just to wait for your news. But look at what happened. You haven't replied at all. How dare you talk to me in such a tone? Do you think I won't detonate my pet right now? Master Pang kept scolding her. With that said, he pinched the curvy but of the beautiful woman in his arms and drank the bird's nest soup she brought to his mouth. His face was rosy and he was full of energy. Clearly, he had slept well. Jiyue sneered when she heard this. Sure, I don't want to live anymore. She answered casually, seemingly careless. But she was actually nervous, afraid that Master Pang would find out that the pet was dead. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would detonate my pet right now and send you to heaven. Master Pang was so angry that he felt his heart ache. He shouted to the people around him, Quick, give me a quick-acting heart reliever pill. Yes, sir. The beautiful woman with long wavy hair brought over a bottle of pills. But the label on the bottle clearly said, all nourishment pills, not the pills. Master Pang took the pills and said with a serious face, Jiayue, I'll give you 3 more days. 3 days isn't enough. I need to get my nails done and my hair permed. Then I'll walk around Nanjiang City and find some beauties to flirt with. I'll give you an answer in 7 days. Jiyue remembered Wu Ming's delaying tactic and began to bluff. You're pissing me off. Master Pang hung up. The beautiful woman with long wavy hair asked, Master, why are you indulging her so much? If it wasn't for a special mission that I needed her to do in a month, I wouldn't have been able to hold myself back. Old Master Pang said angrily, Forget it. The Thunder Spirit conglomerate is in Nanjiang City. They won't be able to escape in a short time. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pinched the charming woman's perky buttocks as he smiled wickedly. The charming woman instantly understood and slowly squatted down. Thunder Spirit Villa. Phew. Jiyue hung up the phone and looked at Wang Chulu and the others. It's settled for now. I've used the stalling technique to delay it for a month. Hopefully, it will be of some help. Wang Chulu nodded. Don't worry, Jiyue. We won't reveal anything about you. Jiyue nodded. Not far away. Wu Ming sat in a convertible car in the basement and drank the coffee that Yusuruo handed over to him with satisfaction. Jiyue temporarily delayed the Pang family's patriarch and won some time for her to develop. That was enough. The next step is to focus on the competition. Once the competition is over, I'll carry out the mission and promote the rainbow-winged chameleon to Class A as soon as possible. Then I'll be safe. Wu Ming murmured to himself. Compared to other pets, the rainbow-winged chameleon had no bottleneck when it came to class A due to its uniqueness. To put it bluntly, the success rate of the transformation was 100%. As long as the rainbow-winged chameleon devoured enough B-rank pets, it would be able to break through. There would be no need for slow transformation. And this was also a huge advantage. Another day had passed. Wu Ming sat on the couch on the first floor of the Thunder Spirit Villa watching the competition on the big screen. Good morning, dear viewers. Welcome to the fourth stage of the competition. Today's schedule is Danger Relief. There are individual matches and team matches. The individual matches are short, only 1 hour long, from 9 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the morning. From 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the team matches will last for 2 hours. Standing on the back of the flying pet, Wang Ying explained. In the stadium, Huang Samba, Mu Wanyin, Li Ma Huang, Yu Xiaobo, and the other 900 participants were waiting in their seats. It was 8:50 in the morning. Next, the individual matches were about to begin. All the participants were listening to the rules. This competition is to test the pet's ability to detect and remove dangers. As you all know, safety is the most important thing. Life is often accompanied by many dangers. Pets have a keener sense of smell, hearing, and sight than humans. They can distinguish the dangers. Thus, this competition came into being. Next, 30,000 boxes will appear in the stadium. Each box will contain different things. Some will contain explosives, some will contain poisons, some will contain ordinary daily necessities, some will contain air, and so on. Due to the limitation of the venue, each team can only send one participant and one pet. The more dangerous items you can find in 1 hour, the more points you will get. To avoid fishing in troubled waters, you will get 1 point for each dangerous item you find. However, if the box you find contains nothing dangerous but ordinary items, you will lose 1 point. As for those that contain air, in other words, empty boxes, no points will be added or deducted. It is worth mentioning that among the 30,000 boxes, the ratio of dangerous items to ordinary items is close to 1. Therefore, don't think about relying on luck. Wang Ying explained the rules patiently. The participants were seething with excitement after hearing this. Hurry up, choose your team. My pet is an E-rank shepherd dog. It is good at finding dangerous items. Let me go. All the teams began to discuss. 3 minutes. Teams, please choose your team members quickly. We will not wait for you if you are late. Wang Ying reminded them. She had arranged it in such a hurry because she wanted to test the team's ability to adapt on the spot. In the Garan Castle team. Let me do it. Mu Wanyin stepped forward. My Xiaobai is a fox. It has a sharp nose and keen senses. It also has an E-rank talent, sonar detection. The combination of the two will work well. Yes. Good luck. Li Ma Huang and Huang Samba nodded. Everyone, the last 10 seconds. Participants, please get ready. Wang Ying reminded them again. The team leaders of the 300 teams pressed the name list at the same time. Then, the information of the 300 participants appeared on the big screen. Mu Wanyin's name was among them. Begin. Following Wang Ying's order, the 300 participants released their pets and entered the center of the stadium. Strange, where are the boxes? Yeah, where are the boxes that contain dangerous items? At this moment, everyone realized that the boxes Wang Ying had mentioned had not appeared yet. They became anxious. Roar. All of a sudden, a deafening roar came from above the stadium. Chapter 286. What's going on? Everyone raised their heads and looked over. A blue-winged dragon with a wingspan of 100 meters slowly descended from the sky. It was floating in the air without flapping its wings. Below the winged dragon were countless glowing boxes. Someone counted with a counter and found that there were exactly 30,000 boxes. It's a D-rank winged dragon. I heard that it has a D-rank talent, gravity manipulation, and a D-rank talent, levitation. It can first change the gravity of objects and then make them float. Therefore, this winged dragon can float in the air. Its flying ability is very strong. I didn't expect to see this ownerless winged dragon in the domestication center with my own eyes. We are so lucky. The audience was excited. Everyone, the 30,000 boxes are here. Let's begin, Wang Ying announced. At this moment, the winged dragon controlled the 30,000 boxes to fall down. They were arranged in a regular row and floated in the air. There were 10 rows in total. The 300 participants came to the boxes and asked their pets to use their own senses or related talents to explore the items in the boxes. Squeak, squeak. A rat-like pet jumped onto a treasure box and squeaked at its master. Thank you, Jelly. I got it. The owner of the rat-like pet looked at the number 9,527 on the box and recorded it on the tablet at once. In other places, the 300 beast tamers were cooperating with their pets. When the pets found dangerous objects, the beast tamers would record it on their tablets. In a corner of the stadium, Mu Wanyan watched the little white fox jumping around on different boxes with a serious look on its face. Hee hee hee. The little white fox suddenly stopped moving on a box and turned to Mu Wanyan with a smile. Number 4,382. Okay. Mu Wanyan quickly recorded it on her tablet. She was holding a tablet that was specially used for this competition. There was a special answering app on it. As for the result, it would be announced after the competition. Thunder Spirit Villa. Wu Ming was sitting on the couch, watching the competition. D-rank Winged Dragon. Gravity manipulation and levitation. Interesting talent. He was interested in the Winged Dragon. To be precise, it was this kind of talent. Therefore, Wu Ming pretended to be resting with his eyes closed. In fact, he went to the pet store to search for relevant formulas. In the stadium, at the competition venue. This time, the pets were mostly small in size. Most of them were dogs. The rest of the pets were squirrels, rats, foxes, and Brother Flattop. They were all jumping up and down, searching. By the way, I just remembered something. Do you know how many of the 30,000 boxes are empty and how many of them contain dangerous items? Yeah, how many dangerous creatures are there? The audience began to discuss. The members of the various battle teams also heard the sound, and they were also very uncertain. On a box, little white fox stretched out its fleshy paw and pressed on the box. It used its grade E talent, sonar, to detect that the internal feedback waves were very regular. It knew that this was an empty box, so it jumped to the other boxes. Using his grade E talent, sonar detection, he could quickly determine whether the box was empty or contained something. However, there were two types of boxes that contained items. One contained daily necessities and was not dangerous. The other type was dangerous. All of a sudden, little white fox found that the feedback waves of the box under it were very different. The waves were stronger. One look and it could tell that there was something inside. So, it lay on top of the sealed box, closed its eyes, and sensed carefully. Finally, it felt a faint palpitation. Hee hee hee. Immediately, it stood up like a human and waved its paw at Mu Wanyan, making strange noises. Number 5438. Okay. Mu Wanyan recorded it down at once. The competition was still going on. The participants of the various battle teams were very serious. Since there were 30,000 blind boxes and only 300 participants, on average, each person would have 100 boxes. This way, they would not come into contact or conflict during the process of searching. They checked each other regularly. They did not interfere with each other and did not affect each other. In a time-limited competition, every minute and second was precious. They could not afford to waste it. Time ticked by. Everyone, there's still 10 minutes before the end of the competition. Please hurry up. The host, Wang Ying, reminded them. Oh my God, how did time pass so quickly? I only found slightly more than 100 boxes. Haha, you're better than me. I only found slightly more than 80. It's mainly because I can't tell the difference between some of the boxes. I'm afraid that I'll lose points. Me too. It's better to be safe than sorry. It was rare for the participants to stop for a few seconds. They chatted for a while to ease their tension. After 50 minutes of searching, the pets were mentally exhausted. Some of the pets were already annoyed. Their masters quickly rubbed their heads to comfort them. Hee hee hee. Little white fox jumped onto a box. A few seconds later, it stood up like a human and waved its paw at Mu Wanyan. Number 702. Okay. Mu Wanyan recorded it down at once. By then, she had found 309 boxes of explosives. On average, it took her 10 seconds to find one box. She was fast. This was mainly due to little white fox's class E sonar detection talent. It filtered the empty boxes and saved a lot of time. Time continued to pass. Everyone, time's up. Finally, Wang Ing rang the bell. The individual competition had come to an end. Participants, please submit your final answer sheet. Wang Ying reminded. On the stage. Mu Wanyin looked at her answer sheet and clicked the submit button. She sent the numbers of the 300 boxes that she had recorded to the backstage. The other participants did the same. Everyone, the database is being analyzed. Please look at the screen. Wang Ying pointed at the screen. Everyone looked over. On the screen, the 300 data bars began to rise. After some of the points went up, they began to fall. Then, they rose and fell again. It was like riding a roller coaster. I hope my points can increase steadily. Mu Wanyin looked at the screen. She hugged the little white fox tightly. She was very nervous. She realized that her points were constantly rising. This was because the database was analyzing the numbers that she had submitted. The database wasn't analyzing fast. Basically, the same contestant could only analyze 10 sets of numbers per second. At first, the points of the 300 participants were increasing at a similar rate. However, as time went on, after 10 seconds, the gap began to widen. Some of the participants' points stopped moving. Some were still rising, but the speed wasn't fast. Some were even losing points crazily. This meant that the numbers that they submitted later had a large number of errors. Their points would be deducted mercilessly. Only Mu Wanyin and a few dozen Beast Tamers' points were increasing steadily. They broke through 150, 200, and 250 points. Look, Mu Wanyin from Garan Castle is in the lead. Someone exclaimed. Everyone stared at the highest point bar and realized that the words Mu Wanyin were written at the top. Her points had exceeded 290 points and were still rising. In the end, she broke through to 300 points and above. She was the only one with more than 300 points. And Mu Wanyin successfully took first place in the individual competition because of this. Chapter 287. I'm in first place. Mu Wanyin looked at her score bar. She realized that she was the only one with more than 300 points. Her final score was fixed at 317 points. At the last moment, she remembered that she had submitted a total of 335 sets of numbers. However, there were 9 mistakes, which meant that she had lost 18 points. As a result, her final score was 317 points. As for the second, third, and fourth place winners, they were all beast tamers with treasure-seeking mice and canine pets. They had sharp senses as well. Their scores were not low. They were between 280 to 300 points. What bad luck. At the last moment, I shouldn't have written more than a dozen sets of numbers just to try my luck. As a result, some points were deducted. Otherwise, I could have gotten more than 300 points. You're better than me. I chose about 100 sets of numbers at random, and I think some points were deducted. Many beast tamers were crestfallen and regretful. If they hadn't played tricks, they could have gotten a higher score than Mu Wanyin. Unfortunately, they had gambled on luck and lost. Luckily, I was more careful. Mu Wanyin patted her chest after hearing the complaints of the other beast tamers. She felt lucky that she had been more careful. Even at the last moment, she still cooperated with the little white fox seriously. She didn't mess up, nor did she fill in the numbers randomly. She kept one thing in mind. Points would be deducted if she filled in the wrong numbers. Once there was a competition where points would be deducted, she had to play it safe. As the saying went, caution was the parent of safety. Congratulations, contestants. Wang Ying looked at the big screen in surprise. Mu Wanyin was at the bottom of the list in the competition of transporting supplies. However, in the competition of identifying dangerous objects, she won first place in the individual competition, which shocked everyone. Look, the winner of the individual competition is Mu Wanyin from Garan Castle. Although she didn't perform well in the competition of transporting supplies, she was very eye-catching in today's competition. That's what they say. Every pet and every beast tamer deserves to be treated seriously because they may not look strong, but in a certain aspect, they can unleash unimaginable power. Anything is possible. Everyone, see you in the afternoon, Wang Ying said loudly. Thus, the individual competition to determine the dangerous object had officially ended. This afternoon, the team competition would be held. Roar. At this moment, the D-rank pet, the winged dragon wind, roared and flapped its wings gently. All the 30,000 boxes fell to the ground and were opened at the same time. Look, there are so many empty boxes. I've counted. There are actually 27,000 empty boxes. Doesn't this mean that there are 1,500 boxes of dangerous items and ordinary items? In other words, if I can find most of the boxes with dangerous items, I can get 1,500 points. The audience and contestants all stared at the box. There were 27,000 empty boxes. There were a total of 1,500 boxes containing incendiary materials, explosives, venom, destructive substances, and other dangerous substances. The rest of the items were ordinary items like toothbrushes, towels, cups, and food. It turns out that our score is still too low. Mu Wanyin hugged the little white fox and said in a daze. The other contestants were dumbfounded as well. The full score was 1,500 points. However, Mu Wanyin, who had won first place among them, only had 300 points. That was only 1/5 of the full score. Luckily, we didn't run into any abnormal pets this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem for each of us to get 1,000 points. Yes, let's take a rest. There is a team competition in the afternoon. I heard that the team competition will be held in the Sunset Forest. I don't know the details. Don't worry, we'll find out in the afternoon. The contestants and the audience left one after another. Thunder Spirit Mansion. Wu Ming sat on the couch and slowly opened his eyes. After searching for a while, he had purchased a formula that could control gravity and generate levitation force at the same time. Ding! 10,000 evolution points have been deducted. B-rank evolutionary food, Force Awakening, has been purchased. I wish you a happy life. I wish you all the best. 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 Following Wu Ming's deduction of 10,000 evolution points, he bought a new Class B evolution food. At this time, a system notification sounded out. Hearing this, Wu Ming almost bit his tongue. *T. This system is getting more and more unruly. Is it just like me? Wu Ming couldn't help but think. He hurried to open the detailed description of the B-rank evolutionary food, Force Awakening. Force Awakening food, B-rank, formula, B-rank Beast Core X 125 grams, Origin Crystal X 55 grams, Energy Fruit X 100 grams, Superconducting Meteorite X 99 grams, and 12 other materials. Evolution Points X 1000, Effect, enable any C-rank or B-rank pet that meets the advancement requirements to obtain the B-rank Force Awakening talent. The pet will gain a strange talent that allows them to control all kinds of substances at the atomic level. The materials are expensive. Wu Ming was surprised when he saw the formula. The raw materials alone would cost more than 5 million. Taking into account the evolution points and labor costs, the cost would be high. That being said, a B-rank evolutionary food would sell for tens of millions on the market. It was normal for the cost to be in the millions. Lulu, buy these raw materials for me. Wu Ming took out a piece of paper, wrote down the formula, and handed it to Wang Chu. Okay, I will arrange it right away. Wang Chula nodded her delicate chin obediently. The Thunder Spirit conglomerate had many business foundations. It was easy to find the materials. The difficult part was how to mix them. After all, the Thunder Spirit conglomerate only had a few C-rank trainers. The chief trainer was Yi Zhenglong. As for the B-rank trainers, they were mostly controlled by the 6 major families or the mayor's office. Some people once said that if you had money, you could build an A-rank pet trainer. That was possible, but the premise was that other people were willing to sell A-rank evolutionary food. In Nanjiang City, B-rank and A-rank evolutionary food were basically controlled by the top forces. Without special connections, no one could buy them. Because of this, very few pets could reach the B-rank and A-rank. At the end of the day, the top forces didn't want to have powerful enemies. Therefore, they had a firm grip on the high-rank evolutionary food. However, Wu Ming's appearance would change this situation. For the time being, he didn't want to stay in the Garan castle because he had taken this into consideration. Once he displayed a high enough ability to train pets, he would be targeted by the top forces. Going back to the Garan castle would be easier. Sir, the materials are here. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all the materials that Wu Ming asked for had been delivered to the Thunder Spirit conglomerate. That was fast. Wu Ming's eyes glowed. He sent the deliver man away and went back to the living room on the first floor with the medicine box. He opened it in front of everyone. At once, a golden light shone in all directions. Chapter 288. There were more than 10 types of materials in the medicine box. Every single one of them was sparkling and translucent, like a sparkling and translucent gem, reflecting a resplendent light under the illumination of the lights. It's so beautiful. Wang Chulu and the other beauties loved gems. Seeing these sparkling materials, they couldn't bear to part with them. It might be even more beautiful when it's mixed into evolution food. After saying that, Wu Ming closed the box. I'll go to the basement to mix the evolution food. You guys wait here. Boss, I can help. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length blue hair stood out. She was the logistics director, Wang Xiaoli. Xiaoli is an F-grade tamer. She should be able to help you with the relevant matters. Wang Qilu moved closer to Wu Ming's ear and whispered into his ear. F-grade tamer? Wu Ming was stunned. When he used the Eye of Insight, he didn't notice that Wang Xiaoli was a tamer, nor a beast tamer. It's like this. I passed the F-grade test in the theory exam, but I haven't passed the practical exam, so I can't get the F-grade tamer badge. Wang Xiaoli took the initiative to explain. So that's how it is. Wu Ming suddenly understood. Strictly speaking, Wang Xiaoli was considered a reserve F-grade tamer. As long as she could mix any F-grade evolution food in the exam, she would be able to get the badge issued by the certification center. The two of them took the medicine box and went to the basement. Wu Ming put the materials on the table. Boss, what I need to do next? Is it weighing, grinding, or something like that? Wang Xiaoli moved closer to Wu Ming and asked. She purposely pressed her proud chest against Wu Ming's arm. The numbing feeling made Wu Ming a little restless. Little girl, now is not the time. Wu Ming pinched Wang Xiaoli's delicate chin. First, sort and weigh the materials according to the formula. Remember, the error of each portion cannot exceed 1/10,000th. The weighing equipment on Sky Blue Planet was very advanced. The reason it was so advanced was because the weight error of the evolution food was very small. Over time, weighing equipment with very small errors was developed. Okay, Wang Xiaoli put on a mask, tied up her shoulder-length hair, put on rubber gloves, and began to get busy. Wu Ming watched from the side. Wu Ming praised Wang Xiaoli for her skillful technique. Not bad. Hee, it's mainly because I like this line of work. That's why I often secretly went to the basement to contact them. Pretty good. Work hard in the future. I believe you have the potential to become an intermediate to advanced trainer. Thank you for your compliment, boss. The two of them chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Smelling the fragrance of the beauty beside him, Wu Ming smiled and thought of Wan Xiu, who was also very serious in her work. He felt that the two of them were somewhat similar. 10 minutes later. Boss, it's done. Wang Xiaoli finished weighing all the ingredients and placed them in different petri dishes. She put a lid on them to prevent the powder from being blown away by the wind. All right, Wu Ming began to mix the powder. During this process, all the powder in the petri dish fell into the reactor. There was a special coating on the surface of the petri dish, and the smoothness of the petri dish had reached the limit. It would not be contaminated by any medicinal powder. Soon, all the powder was mixed. Wu Ming deducted 1,000 evolution points, causing the powder in the reactor to show signs of fusing. Wang Xiaoli watched from the side, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Is this the legendary ancient alchemy method? It's really too magical. Wang Xiaoli muttered. Yes. Wu Ming's face was serious. As time passed, the powder turned into a thumb-sized, light golden pill. Its texture was hard, and it could not be broken by a hammer. Its weight was also a lot lighter than before. The reason was that part of the loss of mass had turned into boundless energy and was stored in the pill. Little guy, eat it. Wu Ming opened the reactor and let the rainbow-winged chameleon on the table swallow it. Gaga. The rainbow-winged chameleon stuck out its tongue and ate the rank B force, awakening evolution food. Strange transparent ripples appeared on its body. At first glance, it looked like water ripples. Success. Wu Ming quickly received the rainbow-winged chameleon's excitement. Whoosh whoosh. It flapped its wings and hovered in the air. It gently extended its right front claw and pointed at a beaker on the table. Wong. A strange ripple sounded. The beaker actually floated up into the air. Wang Xiaoli, who was at the side, was stunned. Boss, what kind of innate skill is this? It's a rank B force awakening. It can control everything at the atomic level. This innate skill is very powerful. Its use is far from just making a beaker float. There are even more terrifying uses. Such as? Chameleon, show off. Wu Ming clapped his hands. The rainbow-winged chameleon nodded. At the same time, it extended its two claws and made a tearing motion towards the beaker in the air. Gotcha! The beaker broke on the spot and continued to disintegrate. In the end, it turned into billions of atoms. Because the atoms were too small, they could not be seen with the naked eye. In Wu Ming and Wang Xiaoli's eyes, the beaker seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It was very mysterious. Very good. Wu Ming clapped his hands and praised. Gaga. The rainbow-winged chameleon was like a child who had been praised. It was very happy. It landed on Wu Ming's shoulder, extended a small claw, and waved it gently. The next moment, Wang Xiaoli and Wu Ming actually floated in the air against gravity as if they had obtained the ability to fly. However, the two of them knew that this was the rainbow-winged chameleon's rank B force awakening. Boss, how many objects can it control to float in the air? Wang Xiaoli was very curious. Because this is only a rank B innate skill, there is a limit. On Sky Blue Planet, the largest mass that can float in the air against gravity should be about 2,000 tons. 2,000 tons? That's already very good. Wang Xiaoli was very impressed. Okay, next, continue to prepare new rank B force awakening food for the demon atomic beast to absorb. In addition, prepare a rank B energy sword for the demon atomic beast to consume. Okay, Wang Xiaoli nodded and cooperated seriously. Sunset Forest, Beast Tamer Stadium. Good afternoon, everyone. It's now 1:45 in the afternoon. Next, we will have a team competition where we come into contact with the sources of danger. The specific location of this competition will be in Sunset Forest. The task of this team competition is to discover the dangers hidden in the forest and remove them. We have set up a total of 10,000 danger points. 1 point will be awarded for each discovery. Another point will be awarded after the danger is removed. There are different ways to remove the danger. As long as the source of danger is no longer dangerous, it will be considered a success. Next, please get ready and head to the competition location. Wang Ying extended her hand and pointed at the west gate of the stadium. The gate was already open. After walking through a bluestone path outside the gate, they would enter the forest and start the competition. The contestants brought their pets and set off. Chapter 289. On the Limestone Road. Mu Wanyan rode an off-road motorcycle with a little white fox hanging on her body. She blinked her big eyes and looked around. Li Ma Huang and Huang Samba sat on the shoulders of the battle soldier and a mighty bear respectively. Mu Wanyan, what do we do next? Huang Samba asked about the tactical arrangements. Little White is in charge of searching and determining the source of the danger. You guys are in charge of dealing with it, Mu Wanyan said. Burning the source of danger with fire should be enough, right? Li Ma Huang pointed at the battle warrior beneath him. It ate a new evolution food yesterday and obtained an E-grade flame that can burn things. Okay, then it's decided for the time being. Mu Wanyan nodded and walked in front. Whoosh, whoosh. 900 beast tamers and 900 pets of various kinds were gathered at the end of the path, waiting quietly. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone, the competition has officially begun. Charge! The host, Wang Ying, shouted loudly. Everyone roared and charged into the forest like a group of ferocious tigers. Then there was a rumbling sound. Someone was blasted into the air. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. Our Beastmaster was too excited and didn't notice the explosives near the entrance, and was blown away. Then, according to the rules, participants who are attacked by any dangerous objects will have 1 point deducted. Wang Ying said. On the big screen, quite a few teams' team points instantly dropped from 0 to -1, which was especially eye-catching. F*CK. So ruthless? The contestants were all dumbfounded. They stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move forward for fear of encountering dangerous objects such as explosives. Quick, sense the danger. Some beast tamers were good at adapting on the spot. They hurried to have their pets analyze the situation to make sure they would not step into a trap again. As for the Beastmasters who were blasted away, they were wearing protective suits, and the impact of the explosion wasn't too strong, so their lives weren't in danger. They could still continue with the competition. Following the explosion, the atmosphere of the competition was a little tense. The contestants didn't dare to be careless. Everyone was cautiously guarding the ground. 10 minutes later, the 300 teams had completely dispersed and were moving towards other areas. Because there could be dangerous things hidden everywhere in the forest, they did not dare to be careless and did not move quickly. Near a swamp, Yu Xiaobo sat on the back of a D-grade elk with 2 teammates beside him. He had a strange expression on his face. What bad luck! Yu Xiaobo suddenly patted the elk beneath him. Earlier, it was the D-rank elk that stepped on the first explosive, causing a chain reaction and sending a few Beastmasters flying. As a result, Thunder City was one of the few teams that had a negative score. My D-grade elk sense of smell is still okay. Next, I'll let it search for dangerous objects. You guys are responsible for eliminating them. Yu Xiaobo instructed. Yes, Captain. The 2 team members nodded. The beast tamers from the other battle teams were also working together. 10 kilometers away, on a patch of grass, the little white fox kept sniffing the area. Suddenly, its ears perked up, and it pointed at a rock not far away. Underneath it, there were dangerous things hidden. Little White said that this is a corrosive thing. We'll try to solve it by burning it, Mu Wanyan reminded. Okay, combat warrior, you go, Li Ma Huang ordered. The combat warrior took 2 steps forward and extended its mechanical arm. Its entire palm was actually changing shape. Its 5 fingers closed together and turned into a flaming cannon, spewing out blazing flames. Rip! The rock cracked from the heat. The corrosive material sealed inside was burned to ashes by the flames and lost its function. The sensors inside the rock immediately reported back. On the big screen, the team score representing Garan Castle increased by 2 points, reaching a total of 10 points. 1 point for finding dangerous objects, and 1 point for destroying them. The other team scores were not low either. Even Thunder City and a few other teams that had a negative score had reached 7 points. In the stadium, Wang Ying pointed at the big screen and said, Ladies and gentlemen, the competition has only started for 10 minutes, but it's already in a stalemate. Every team's score is very close. Then, will this situation last until the end of the competition? Let's wait and see. The competition was still going on. Thunder Spirit Villa, Wu Ming, and Wang Qiaoli were in the basement. There was also a screen here that allowed them to see the competition process. Boss, the materials for the B-rank Energy Sword and B-rank Force Awakening have been gathered. Please take a look. Wang Qiaoli placed 2 medicine boxes on the table. Very good. Wu Ming nodded. But at this moment, he fell into deep thought. Before, he did not have enough funds, so he could not obtain a large amount of materials. He also did not have enough evolution points, so he could not mix many types of evolution food. But now it was different. He had a $1 trillion Thunder Spirit conglomerate, and the Red Mask Assassin Guild would also generate income in the future. Moreover, he could mix a large amount of evolution food and sell it, bringing a lot of income to the conglomerate. In this way, he would not lack money at all. I have to avoid the problem of homogenization. Wu Ming said. The rainbow-winged chameleon already had a B-rank energy sword and B-rank force awakening. If the demon atomic beast also used these two talents, then it would be meaningless. Apart from the necessary talents for healing, Wu Ming felt that he should diversify the other talents as much as possible. Therefore, he planned to mix the materials on the table into a B-rank energy sword and B-rank force awakening food, and then seal them up. Then, he would buy new evolution food in the store to make sure that the talents of his pets could be diversified and cover as many aspects as possible so that there would not be any shortcomings. At the Sunset Forest, all the Beast Tamer teams were having a difficult time in the competition. In this competition, it seems that no pet has a talent that specializes in sensing danger. Therefore, the pets of the teams can only rely on their own senses to determine danger. This has resulted in a situation where the scores of the teams are very close. There has been no big difference. This is the first time such a situation has occurred in this competition. The host, Wang Ying, said in a loud voice. At the Sunset Forest, Mu Wanyin and the other beast tamers had also realized this. Our pets don't have the relevant talents. Therefore, if we want to stand out, we have to speed up and find and remove the danger as quickly as possible. Mu Wanyin came up with a new plan. The members of the other teams had also realized this. They all sped up. When there was no time to waste, they would move forward with all their might. When they encountered dangerous objects, they would remove them as quickly as possible while ensuring their accuracy. At the Thunder Spirit Villa, Wu Ming was sitting on the couch in the basement, watching the competition. Wang Xiaoli was grinding the herbs carefully. She bent her slim waist, outlining the curves of her back. However, Wu Ming was not in the mood to watch. At this moment, he had a new idea. Chapter 290. After watching the matches that day, Wu Ming realized a problem. His mind was in a whirl. My pet team doesn't seem to have the talent to sense danger. So, I have to find the relevant formula. Wu Ming closed his eyes and entered the store. System, search for the formula of sensing. Ding. Searching. As Wu Ming consumed one evolution point, countless formulas appeared in front of him. Level F Wind Control Induction. Level D Storm Perception. Level B Telepathy. In the end, Wu Ming's eyes glowed when he saw the formula of the evolutionary food. As a matter of fact, there were Class A evolutionary food available. However, each Class A evolutionary food was priced at 100,000 evolution points. He couldn't afford it. Even if he could afford it, he might not be able to gather all the ingredients for the evolutionary food formula. There is a more important point. The demon atomic beast and the rainbow-winged chameleon hadn't met the requirements to consume Class A evolutionary food. Ding! 10,000 evolution points have been deducted. Purchase Class B evolutionary food telepathy. I wish you all the best in everything. May you enjoy life every night and fight without end. The system beeped. Hearing this, Wu Ming dug his ears. He felt that the system was becoming more and more improper. Fine. Wu Ming had to admit that the system was just like him. Telepathy food, Class B, formula, Class B beast core X 66 grams, mind fruit X 45 grams, energy fruit X 79 grams, heart of mystery X 15 grams, and 9 other ingredients. Evolution points X 1000. Effect. Any Class C pet or Class B pet that meets the requirements for advancement will gain the Class B telepathy talent. Their spiritual power will be boosted to Class B. They will be able to perceive all aspects. They will be able to distinguish danger, invade other creatures' consciousness, and control creatures with lower spiritual power. Wu Ming was stunned when he read the introduction of telepathy. Controlling creatures? This talent was awesome. Plus, however, Wu Ming began to worry. System, if a pet also has the talent for telepathy or something similar, will it be able to control my brain? That would be terrible. Wu Ming was worried. Ding. The system has a spiritual barrier for the host. The system explained. Oh, how strong is the protective barrier? Can it withstand an S-class mental attack? Wu Ming asked. The system stopped talking. Wu Ming didn't know if it was because it was disdainful or because it couldn't block it, so it had nothing to say. Wu Ming guessed that it was most likely the former. A system that could sell SSS-grade formulas couldn't be weak. Wu Ming took out a pen and paper and wrote down the B-rank telepathy formula, preparing to have Wang Qiaoli arrange for someone to purchase it. Only then did he notice Wang Qiaoli beside him. She bent over, outlining the perfect curves behind her. It was extremely alluring, causing Wu Ming's heart to race. However, considering that she was grinding medicinal herbs at a crucial moment, Wu Ming could not bear to disturb her. He could only sit by the side and continue watching the competition. In Sunset Forest, the beast tamers of the various teams were working together with their pets to look for dangerous objects. 10,000 dangerous creatures. 300 teams. On average, each team could only get 333 dangerous items. Even if they could find and destroy all of them, they would only get around 600 points. At the moment, the competition had been going on for half an hour. At the moment, the team with the highest ranking was a team named Biluo with 55 points. They were ranked first because their 3 pets were all dogs with sharp noses. For the moment, the team named Daxing City was in second place. They had an F-rank pet named Treasure Hunting Mouse, so they could find many dangerous items. The team score was 53 points. The team in third place had 52 points. The team in fourth place had 51 points. From the 5th to the 30th place, all of them had 50 points. Garan Castle was one of them. Thunder Rumbling City was ranked 55th with 47 points. Hello, everyone. We have reached a quarter of the competition. You can see from the big screen that the scores of the top teams are very close. It's like a game of catch-up. So, who will be the winner? Wang Ying came out to make her presence known. The audience was staring at the big screen. Not only were the matches of the teams, but also the scores. They could see that the scores were very close. Every team was working hard. However, their pets were about the same level. It was hard for them to pull ahead. We can't slack off. If we don't do our best, the gap will be widened. Learning is like sailing against the current. If we don't move forward, we will fall behind. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, more than half an hour had passed. Brothers, let's go. What are you rushing for? It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's have some tea first. The team members began to discuss. At the moment, the scores of the teams were still close. They all wanted to surpass each other, but they were all tired after an hour of high-intensity work. They sat down to drink tea and take a break. Near a boulder, Mu Wanyan watched as the mighty bear moved the boulder away to reveal a poison dagger. Finally, we found a new dangerous item. This is a poison dagger. Lima Huang, I'll leave it to you. Sure thing. Lima Huang waved his hand. The warrior next to him reached out his hand and formed a cannon with his fingers, releasing a flame cannon. Boom! The poison dagger was melted and the poisonous substance was burned to ashes. Another 2 points were gained. We have 202 points. We are only 5 points away from the first place. But we are ranked 28th. It's because we are so close. This situation will continue until the end of the competition. Keep it up. The 3 team members rested for a moment and continued to work. There were 10,000 dangerous items in the forest, but the forest was too big. To find a dangerous item that was only the size of a fist was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Roar! Right then, a deafening roar came from the forest, attracting everyone's attention. Soon, the screen switched to a place 100 kilometers away from the stadium. There, a 100-eyed octopus monster had appeared. The octopus monster was powerful. It was at the D rank. No one knew why the octopus monster would appear on the land. They only noticed that the octopus monster was tied up with many dangerous items. Some were incendiary bombs, some were poison bombs, some were gas bottles, and some were bombs. With a rough count, there were at least 2,000 types of dangerous items. Damn, no wonder we couldn't find any dangerous items. They were all on this huge octopus monster. Brothers, let's go and chop it up. Chop your head. That's a D-rank beast. What? D-rank beast? Brothers, run. The beast tamers in the Sunset Forest were very excited at first, thinking that their chance had come. However, after learning that the octopus monster was a D-rank beast, most of them fled in fear. However, there were some brave warriors who stayed. On a big tree, Yu Xiaobo held onto the tree trunk and stared at the 100-meter-tall octopus monster in the distance. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. Our chance is here. Chapter 291. High up in the sky, Wang Ying was standing on the back of a flying pet, making a live broadcast into the microphone. Dear beast tamers, this is a beast that has just entered the D level. Its name is the 100-eyed octopus. It has a D-level talent called convergence. It likes to devour dangerous things. Its talent is to absorb the power of dangerous things to strengthen itself. So if you want to take this opportunity to earn a lot of points, you have to take the risk and attack the D-level 100-eyed octopus. But because the 100-eyed octopus showed itself, you can't get the points for finding dangerous things. If you want to get points, you have to take the dangerous things off its body or destroy them. However, the longer the dangerous things stay on the 100-eyed octopus, the more likely they will be absorbed by the 100-eyed octopus. According to my calculations, the first batch of dangerous things will be absorbed by the 100-eyed octopus in 15 minutes. Wang Ying's voice was heard throughout the Sunset Forest. A small number of beast tamers hurried to where the 100-eyed octopus was. The height of the trees in the Sunset Forest was between 20 to 30 meters. The 100-eyed octopus was 100 meters tall, like a small hill. It was a huge target and could be easily discovered. Let's go. We'll go too. Mu Wanyin and the other two went over as well. All the teams with E-level pets didn't want to miss this opportunity to attack the 100-eyed octopus. Once they could get some soup, they could earn a lot of points. And this was the chance to turn the tables. Dong, dong, dong. In the forest, Yu Xiaobo was sitting on the back of a D-level elk. Leading two team members, he dashed toward the 100-eyed octopus in the distance as fast as he could. This time, there were more than 50 teams charging in. As for the rest of the teams, they were observing. Most of them were F-level beast tamers. They didn't have the confidence to face the 100-eyed octopus that was 2 levels higher. As for the more than 50 teams that dared to attack the 100-eyed octopus, they were like Garan Castle, Thunder City, Daxing City, and other cities. They had pets of E-level and above and were strong enough. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Mu Wanyin went through the forest and came to a place a few hundred meters away from the 100-eyed octopus. Attack! She gave the order without hesitation. Whoosh! The little white fox nimbly jumped onto a tree, and with a powerful kick of its 4 little white legs, its body swept across the sky like a ray of white light, landing on the back of the 100-eyed octopus and waving its sharp claws. Clang! After a crisp sound, a glass bottle stuck to the 100-eyed octopus's body was split open and fell to the ground in the distance. Good chance. Li Ma Huang, who had been waiting on the ground for a long time, immediately gave the order. The 5 fingers of the armored soldiers beside him closed together, and their arms turned into flame cannons. They spewed out blazing flame cannons, burning the glass bottle and the venom inside. Garan Castle, one more point. Watch me. Yu Xiaobo also rushed to the scene. The D-class elk leaped up like a reindeer chasing the moon. The antlers on top of its head shot out countless laser beams. Some burned the dangerous objects on the 100-eyed octopus's body, while others pierced through its body. Roar! The 100-eyed octopus let out a strange cry. 4 of its tentacles supported its body, while the other 4 were like huge blades, slashing randomly. A large number of beast tamers were sent flying. If it weren't for the help of their own pets, they would have been crushed into meat paste. Big Bear, you go too. Huang Samba gave the order. Roar! The mighty bear roared and bolstered its courage. After speeding up for a while, it jumped dozens of meters high and lay on the body of the 100-eyed octopus. Its claws pulled out a large number of dangerous objects. Flame cannon. Li Ma Huang hurried to give the order. The armored soldiers didn't hesitate and directly took action, destroying several dangerous objects. Gary and Castle received a few more points. The pets of the other teams were also attacking. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of more than 2,000 dangerous objects were destroyed. On average, the more than 50 teams participating in the battle received a few points. Roar! Seeing so many sweet and dangerous objects destroyed by these hateful pets, the hundred-eyed octopus was furious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It began to whip with its 8 tentacles. Each tentacle was as heavy as a truck. After accelerating, it smashed with nearly 100 tons of force. One moment of carelessness, and one would be smashed to death. Get away from it. The beast tamers were already 300 meters away from the hundred-eyed octopus. Seeing that it had gone mad, they all ran away like crazy. Kill this hundred-eyed octopus. Yu Xiaobo was not afraid at all. He sat on the back of the D-class elk like a king. The elk under him charged hard and landed on the head of the hundred-eyed octopus. It used its sharp antlers to cut open the skin of the octopus. Roar! The excruciating pain invaded the heart of the hundred-eyed octopus. It went completely mad. At this moment, its whole body glowed and a fierce blast wave broke out, blowing the D-class elk and Yu Xiaobo hundreds of meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Then, as if in fear, the hundred-eyed octopus ran toward a huge lake in the distance. It didn't dare to face this group of tricky pets anymore. Go and kill the hundred-eyed octopus. The other beast tamers were excited. Dozens and hundreds of E-class pets attacked at the same time. All kinds of talents were used. Sharp claws, bone spurs, blast wave, air cannon, high-temperature rays, blazing flames, arrow rain. All kinds of E-class talents bombarded the body of the hundred-eyed octopus, destroying some dangerous objects and gaining bonus points. Of course, most of the power hit the hundred-eyed octopus, riddling it with holes. With the D-class elk's last attack, this hundred-eyed octopus finally fell. Go and snatch the dangerous objects. Dozens of beast tamers charged forward with all their might. Let's go too. Mu Wanyin was about to set off. However, Little White Fox's fur suddenly stood up. It pounced on Mu Wanyin and fell into the pit beside her. Huang Samba and Li Ma Huang beside her realized something and quickly lay on the ground. Roar! The mighty bear and the armored warrior pounced on Huang Samba and Li Ma Huang, supporting them with a strong enough defense. The next moment, the hundred-eyed octopus glowed and expanded rapidly. Like a huge bubble, it burst in an instant. The remaining 1,000 or so dangerous objects were destroyed immediately. Poison gas, poison daggers, bombs, all kinds of dangerous objects were swept in all directions by the explosion of the hundred-eyed octopus. It was like a hemispherical bubble was constantly expanding, sweeping across an area with a radius of 200 to 300 meters. Everywhere it passed, all the trees were cut off at the roots. Their trunks were smashed. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion only spread completely after a few seconds. It was shocking. In the pit, Mu Wanyin looked at the little white fox lying on top of her. It used its petite body to block a lot of dirt and gravel for her. She was very touched. Little White, luckily your perception is sharp. Otherwise, I would have been blown away by the shockwave just now. Mu Wanyin still had lingering fears. In the nearby pit, the mighty bear and the armored warrior also stood up. Huang Samba and Li Ma Huang, who were below them, were not in danger. The three of them looked into the distance, shocked. In the stadium, the spectators were all silent. No one would have thought that the hundred-eyed octopus would self-destruct at the last moment, destroying a large number of dangerous objects and causing such terrible damage. For a moment, everyone was in a panic. Chapter 292. In the gymnasium, the audience had a bird's-eye view. With the help of the projection beast's top-down perspective, they found that with the hundred-eyed octopus as the center, the trees within a radius of a few hundred meters were cut down by the blast wave. On the ground, thick dust was billowing. Fortunately, the beast tamers were cautious and hid hundreds of meters away from the hundred-eyed octopus. Therefore, they were only blown away by the airflow. Since they were wearing combat suits, the most serious injuries were only fractures. However, some pets that were close to the center of the explosion were injured and fell to the ground, barely breathing. Since the hundred-eyed octopus chose to self-destruct, the remaining 1,000 explosives have been cleared. No one has gained any points. Also, a large number of pets are injured. The situation is not good. Dear beast tamers, if your pets are unable to continue, please withdraw from the competition venue and let the specialized medical team treat them. Wang Ying turned on the live broadcast. We are fine. There is less than half an hour left before the end of the competition. We can continue, but we cannot withdraw. However, the beast tamers present did not withdraw. Even the injured pets stood up stubbornly. Even if their fur was burnt and they were in a sorry state, they still held their heads high and would never give in. It seems that the beast tamers and their pets have not given up. Let us applaud their persistence. Before Wang Ying's voice died away, all the audience stood up. The applause was like waves, echoing between heaven and earth. In the sunset forest, Yu Xiaobo pushed the trees away and looked at the D-class elk that was in a sorry state. Young elk, there is still half an hour left. Go! The elk nodded and lowered its body so that Yu Xiaobo could jump on its back. They continued to look for the remaining dangerous creatures in the forest. In the Thunder Spirit Villa, Wu Ming saw the persistence of the beast tamers and their pets. This is the spirit of fighting, he murmured. At this moment, Wang Qiaoli pointed at the powder on the table. Boss, the new material is ready. Thank you. Wu Ming hooked Wang Qiaoli's delicate chin with his hand and kissed her gently. Then, he wrote down the formula for B-class telepathy. Next, get 2 formulas for telepathy. Okay. With the formula in hand, Wang Qiaoli continued to instruct the purchasing department to mobilize resources to get the materials needed for Wu Ming. At this moment, Wu Ming looked at the grinded powder on the table. He first used the system to check the weight and then mixed it in the reactor. After deducting the corresponding evolution points, he began to mix it. Although he didn't plan on feeding the demonic atomic beast the Rank B Force Awakening and Rank B Energy Sword for the time being, he still had to concoct these 2 Rank B evolution food first and keep them for later use. It could be used at critical moments. In Sunset Forest, after experiencing the impact of the hundred-eyed octopus's explosion, the Beastmasters became much more serious. Right now, there were only 20 minutes left. No one was willing to waste time. They were all running as fast as they could in the forest, looking for the remaining dangerous creatures. However, the setting sun forest was too big. It was really difficult to find small and dangerous objects inside. Soon, it was 4 in the afternoon. On the big screen, the scores of the top 10 were still very close. Just like in the individual competition, it was very difficult to pull apart the gap. Ring, ring, ring. Finally, the competition ended. Contestants, the competition has ended. Please return to the stadium. The final tally of the team competition scores is currently underway. Wang Ying started the live broadcast. Beside a small river, Mu Wanyin was washing the dust off the little white fox. When she heard that the competition had ended, she glanced at Li Ma Huang and Huang Samba, who were eating canned food beside her. It's time to go back. Okay. The 3 of them hurried on their way back. Half an hour later, in the stadium, everyone looked at the score bar on the big screen and felt that the elimination of dangerous object competition was really too difficult. In first place was by Luo City, with a total of 301 points. In second place was Daxing City, with a total of 300 points. The remaining 3rd to 10th places all had 298 points. Garian Castle was in 6th place, but in fact, it was also in 3rd place. Because when they were besieging the hundred-eyed octopus, Yu Xiaobo and the Grey D elk tasted the sweetness of victory and made a lot of money. So, with Thunder City's counterattack, they also obtained 298 points and were in 9th place. Congratulations, everyone, Wang Ying said passionately into the microphone. From now on, whether it's the Tamer competition or the Beast Tamer competition, there's only one last stage left. This also means that the finals are coming. Ladies and gentlemen, see you in the finals. Whoosh! The flying pet flapped its wings and left the stadium with Wang Ying. The rest of the audience also left the stadium one after another. The finals are coming. In the center of the stadium, Mu Wanyin hugged the wet little white fox and looked up at the score of Garan Castle. We've been performing well. As long as we hold on in the final stage, it won't be a problem to stay in the top 30. Yes, our chances of winning are very high. Don't be arrogant. Keep up the good work. Li Ma Huang and Huang Samba both raised their fists. Mu Wanyin also raised her fist. The three of them formed a circle and gently bumped their fists. Good luck in the finals, the three of them said in unison. Then, the audience left one after another. In the Thunder Spirit Villa, Wu Ming had prepared the backup Grade B Energy Sword and Grade B Force Awakening. He sealed these two evolutionary food in the system space, saving them for critical moments. At this time, the materials for Grade B telepathy were also gathered. Boss, I'll help you weigh and grind it. Okay. Looking at the well-behaved and sensible Wang Qiaoli, Wu Ming's lips curled up. He sat on the sofa and looked at the results of the competition on the big screen. He learned that the fourth stage of the Beast Tamer competition had also ended. Yes, the finals are coming. The most exciting part is the preparation of the evolutionary food and the battle of the pets. Who will win next? Wu Ming was looking forward to it. But soon, he remembered the nature of the organizers. The organizers often change the rules. These people won't play any tricks in the finals, will they? Wu Ming's eyes flickered. He was indeed a little worried. Who knew if the organizers would really play any tricks? 10 minutes later. Boss, I'm done. Wang Qiaoli had finished grinding the materials needed for Grade B telepathy's evolutionary food. Wu Ming nodded and began to prepare. Under Wang Qiaoli's surprised gaze, the powder in the reactor kept fusing. In the end, it turned into a transparent crystal with 120 faces. It was the size of a thumb. Under the light, it reflected a colorful halo. It was very beautiful. Telepathy's food done. Wu Ming's lips curled up. He tossed the crystal, which was worth tens of millions, to the rainbow-winged chameleon. Crack! The rainbow-winged chameleon bit the crystal. A special kind of energy emerged in its body, spreading to its limbs and bones to transform and sublimate. It was visible to the naked eye. The rainbow-winged chameleon's eyes became more dazzling than gems. With just a blink, the rainbow-winged chameleon's eyes seemed to be able to emit a special kind of light that could affect one's mind. Chapter 293. How powerful is the telepathy ability? Wu Ming was curious. Chameleon, can you sense danger? Wu Ming looked into the rainbow-winged chameleon's eyes and asked. Caw-caw. The chameleon blinked. It pointed to the east and tilted its head. Surprisingly, a human-like look of concern appeared on its face. East? That should be a threat from the Pang family of the EC city, Wu Ming said in a low voice. It seemed that the chameleon had a strong sense of danger. It could even sense danger from thousands of kilometers away. Then, what about the control of spirit power? Wu Ming asked again. The chameleon waved its claws and opened and closed its mouth as if it were talking. Wu Ming knew that the chameleon was worried about not having a target to control. Qiaoli, are there many pets with no rank in the villa? Are they here to help clean? Yes. Take me to them. Okay. Wang Qiaoli took the opportunity to grab Wu Ming's hand, and they went into the elevator. In the lobby on the first floor, Wu Ming was standing on the ground. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Strange sounds were heard. They were not loud, but they were audible and would attract people's attention. On the ground, a pet with a suction cup mouth was wriggling. It used its mouth to clean the dust on the ground and then spat it into the trash can. That was a suction cup snail. They were unranked pets. They had no combat strength. They were not aggressive. They were vegetarian and would work hard without complaint. With such unranked pets, cleaning was convenient. Anyone with a bit of money would buy suction cup snails and use them to clean. They were efficient. Chameleon, control it. Wu Ming pointed to the suction cup snail on the ground. The rainbow-winged chameleon nodded. Its eyes slowly lit up like two colored lanterns. On the ground, The suction cup snail that was working hard suddenly stopped moving. It stood up like a human, waiting for an order. Wu Ming knew that the chameleon had controlled the suction cup snail's brain with its B-grade telepathy talent. Tell it to move 3 meters to the west. Wu Ming gave the order. The next moment, the suction cup snail froze in place for a moment, then walked 3 meters to the west, no more, no less. Jump 3 times. Wu Ming continued. Beep, beep, beep. The suction cup snail jumped up and down with its own meat pads. It looked very funny, and Wang Qiaoli was amused. Boss, is this mind control? How magical! Can it only be used on pets, or can it be used on humans as well? Wang Qiaoli could not help but ask. All of them can be controlled, but high-tier Beastmasters won't be able to. That's because a Beastmaster's consciousness is connected to their contracted pets. Their consciousness is interlinked. The chameleon won't be able to control them unless its mental strength is stronger than both of them combined. Wu Ming explained in detail. So that's the case. Wang Qiaoli nodded her delicate chin. At this time, it was close to 5 in the afternoon. After a while, it would be dinner time. Sisters, it's time to cook. On the sofa, Wang Chulu closed her laptop and finished her work for the day. She looked at the time and quickly got up. You guys go ahead. I still have something to do here. Li Shuang waved her hand and continued to work on her laptop. She finished the day's work related to human resources and then issued various orders. As for the others, they all put on aprons and got busy in the super large kitchen on the first floor. 1 or 2 dishes for each of them was enough for everyone. Wu Ming tested the mind control talent and felt it was pretty good. He told the chameleon to end its control over the suction cup snail. The next moment, the mind connection was broken. The suction cup snail froze on the spot, wondering why it stood up like a human. It was dumbfounded, but soon, it realized it still had to work, so it lay on the ground and continued to use its suction cup mouth to suck up all kinds of dust on the floor, making the floor look even cleaner than if it had been washed with water. 6 in the evening. More than a dozen dishes were ready and served on the table. Wu Ming sat at the head of the table. Zhu Yue was still sitting on the opposite side of the long table, eating Wang Chulu's best fruit salad. You only eat vegetables every day. Aren't you afraid of starving to death? Wu Ming teased. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and ate it with relish. Jia, who was sitting on the opposite side, rolled her eyes. Why don't you die of obesity? Zhu Yue chuckled. I'm not afraid. I exercise so much every day. If I don't eat more, I'll really die of exhaustion. Wu Ming said seriously. Hearing that, Zhu Yue continued to roll her eyes. Wang Chulu, Wang Qiaoli, Li Shuang, Yu Siruo, and other business elites covered their mouths and snickered. They looked at Wu Ming with resentment in their eyes. After dinner, Wu Ming was lying in the pool. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Hello, it's me, Suing. A familiar voice came from the other side. Wu Ming guessed. The competition format is out? Suing, I really can't hide it from you. Just now, the competition time has been confirmed. The final stage of the competition is in 5 days. The venue is also in the stadium. Wu Ming nodded. What about the Beast Tamers competition? Suing, I didn't say it clearly just now. 5 days later, the Beast Tamers competition and the Beast Tamers competition will be held on the same day. Also, it seems that they have been merged into the same competition. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. How did that happen? Thinking of how the organizers change the rules on a daily basis, Wu Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he was unfortunately right. The organizers started to do something again. They actually merged the Beast Tamers Battle Pet Competition and the Beast Tamers Evolution Food Competition together. It was unexpected. Suing, I don't understand either. The organizers' brains must have been caught by a door and then kicked by a donkey. Otherwise, how could they come up with such a ridiculous idea? Suing, right? When are you coming back? Wu Ming looked at the beauties in swimsuits around him and said, Maybe in 2 days. Isn't there still 5 days to the competition? Okay, I'll wait for you. Suing hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, Wu Ming lay on the beach chair next to the pool enjoying the service of the beauties in swimsuits, and gradually fell asleep. Ring, ring, ring. At 9:30 p.m., the phone suddenly rang. Wu Ming woke up from his dream. Looking at the caller ID on the screen, he was stunned. It was a call from the executive officer, Chu Yuanxuan. Wu Ming thought for a while and picked up the phone. Hello, Chu Yuanxuan. Wu Ming, there's urgent news. Wu Ming was startled. What news? Chu Yuanxuan. The City Lord's mansion learned that there are still 5 days to the national competition. They're going to arrange for you to go hunting for beasts. You'll leave tomorrow morning and return the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. It won't affect the competition. Is it that exaggerated? Wu Ming was dumbfounded. He wanted to enjoy his time in the land of women. In the end, the mission came so suddenly. But then he thought about it. The rainbow-winged chameleon had 2 powerful new talents, B-rank Force Awakening and B-rank Telepathy. It was time to go out and kill to reach A rank. Thinking of this, he was secretly looking forward to it. Chapter 294. Chu Yuanxuan looked apologetic. I can't help it. This is the task assigned by the Deputy City Lord. I'm an executive officer, 1 level lower than him. I have to listen to this arrangement. However, I will arrange 2 C-class teammates for you. They're my loyal subordinates and are absolutely reliable. Chu Yuanxuan added, C-class? No need. Wu Ming shook his head again and again. He had the demon atomic beast and the rainbow-winged chameleon. As long as he didn't encounter an A-class dire beast, he could basically sweep through them. 2 C-class teammates would only be a burden to him. No need? Okay, we'll set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. At 7:30, you have to come to the City Lord's mansion and go to the destination with the other hunters. Well, okay. The 2 chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Boss, are you going to perform a mission? Wang Chu, who was next to him, was massaging Wu Ming's shoulders. When she heard the conversation, her beautiful face was full of worry. It's okay. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and pinched Wang Chulu's perky buttocks. Only then did he lie on the beach chair and continue to enjoy the service of several people. The next morning at 6:30, Wu Ming woke up. Looking at the sleeping beauty Wang Chulu beside him, he gently kissed her snow-white and flawless face. He got up, washed up, dressed, had breakfast, and was about to go out. You're going to perform a mission? Jiayue leaned back against the wall in the hallway. She crossed her arms, and the curves in front of her body looked even more proud. Yes. Wu Ming nodded. He looked at Jiayue up and down and felt that this woman's figure was really perfect. No wonder she was a vegetarian every day. It turned out that she relied on this to maintain her perfect figure. Come back alive. After saying that, Jiayue turned and left. Wu Ming smiled. Help me take care of the Thunder Spirit Villa. If everything goes well, when I come back, you don't need to hide your identity. Of course, this is the ideal situation. He whispered. Jiayue heard the first half of the sentence. However, Wu Ming's voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself. Jiayue did not hear him. After leaving the Thunder Spirit Mansion, Wu Ming sat on Little Tyrant's back and arrived at the Castellan's residence that was tens of kilometers away. Nanjiang City was one of the 3 central cities. The entire city stretched for hundreds of kilometers, occupying a vast area. Even the City Lore Mansion had more than 100 buildings, covering an area of tens of thousands of acres. It was like a huge science and technology park. In front of the gates of the City Lord's Mansion, Wu Ming flashed his badge. The guard captain, who was wearing a loose combat uniform, raised his eyebrows. So it's H. E. Wu Ming. Are you participating in the Dire Beast hunting mission today? Please come with me. The captain of the guards drove a patrol car over. Wu Ming brought Little Tyrant into the car. 5 minutes later, the patrol car of the City Lord's Mansion was parked in front of an ancient building made of huge stones. Pet Alliance branch in Nanjiang City. Wu Ming looked at the 9 characters on the door and read them out in a low voice. H. E. Wu Ming, please come with me. The captain of the guards continued to lead Wu Ming inside. Finally, they arrived at a hall. There were already 4 people waiting there. One of them was a bald man with one eye. He was tall and burly. He seemed to weigh about 100 pounds and had a fierce look on his face. Next to him was a 3-meter-tall giant bear. B-rank pet, King Kong bear. Wu Ming read the information with his insightful eye. The second person was a girl with short, dyed red hair. She had a seductive look and wore a pair of half-rimmed glasses. She licked her purple lips when she saw Wu Ming. Next to the girl was a red rabbit. Its eyes seemed to be burning with flames, giving off a dangerous feeling. B-rank pet, flaming rabbit. Wu Ming said to himself. The third person was a fat man with a solemn look. He was wearing a white baseball cap. Sitting in his seat, he smiled at Wu Ming. The fat man's pet was a thunder beast. The thunder beast looked similar to the Kirin in the legends. It was about 1 meter tall, blue all over, and had a pair of big, watery eyes. B-rank pet, Thunder Kirin. Wu Ming could tell what the thunder beast was. The last young man was wearing a combat suit. He had a lizard hairstyle of 15 centimeters on top of his head. It looked like saw teeth and was fixed with hair gel. It seemed that his hair could pierce through walls. His pet was a purple rat the size of a puppy. Its 2 teeth were glinting coldly as if they could bite through anything. B-rank pet, sharp-toothed mad rat. Wu Ming looked around. None of the 4 people were easy to deal with. They were all B-rank beast tamers. Hey, you're Wu Ming. He looks quite young and handsome. Wu Ming, nice to meet you. Is everyone here? Looks like it's time to go. Seeing Wu Ming, the 4 people had different reactions. They were all mumbling something. Are you also the beast tamers who signed an agreement with the mayor's mansion and were forced to carry out hunting missions? Wu Ming asked the 4 people. I'm One-Eye. I killed a few idiotic C-rank beast tamers and was saved by the mayor's mansion. The one-eyed man whose pet was the King Kong bear introduced himself. I killed a stinky man and occupied his luxurious castle in the suburbs. I was wanted by his friends. In order to save my life, I had to come to the mayor's mansion to accept a mission. By the way, I'm by Xiao Xiao. The girl with short red hair said. At this time, the fat man whose pet was the B-rank Thunder Kirin took the initiative to introduce himself. Wu Ming, just call me Fatty Hai. I'm different. I just wanted to elope with the person I like. Who knew that her husband, a B-rank beast tamer, wouldn't agree? In the end, the matter was brought to the mayor's mansion. Hearing this, the corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had seen someone who could describe poaching in such a fresh and refined way. This person who called himself Fatty Hai was very naughty. The last young man with a lizard-like hairstyle crossed his arms and introduced himself. My name is Hong Sheng. This is the sharp-toothed mad rat. His introduction was simple. Wu Ming nodded to the 4 people one by one. I'm Wu Ming, a D-rank beast tamer and B-rank beast tamer. Because of the threat of the Thunder Spirit Conglomerate and the Red Mask Assassin Guild, I had no choice but to kill them. In the end, I occupied the Thunder Spirit Conglomerate. Wu Ming also introduced himself. We all know about your glorious deeds. After all, you're a genius beast tamer who's popular recently. The red-haired girl by Xiao Xiao giggled. I heard that Wu Ming is a genius beast tamer. If you become a B-rank or even A-rank beast tamer in the future, we would like to buy evolution food from you, Fatty Hai said with a warm smile. As long as the price is right, it's not a problem. Wu Ming nodded. He was not enemies with these 4 B-rank beast tamers who had their own stories. They were teammates who were going to the destination to hunt ferocious beasts. It would be good for them to get to know each other. Maybe he would need their help in the future. Is everyone here? At this moment, a deep voice came from outside the door. It was the executive officer, Chu Yuanxuan. He winked at Wu Ming and put a map on the table. He said in a deep voice, Your mission is to enter the Muddy Dragon Swamp 2,000 kilometers away and hunt the B-rank ferocious beast, Mud Dragon number 7. Muddy Dragon Swamp? Everyone was surprised. Chapter 295. Hearing that the destination was the Muddy Dragon Swamp, One-Eye, by Xiao Xiao, Fatty Hai, and Hong Sheng, the 4 beloved beast tamers, turned pale. The Muddy Dragon Swamp? That place is very dangerous. I heard that the Lord of the Muddy Dragon Swamp is an A-level mud dragon known as the Mud Dragon Lord. It is very powerful. I also know about the Muddy Dragon Swamp. I heard that apart from the Mud Dragon Lord, there are 9 other B-level mud dragons. They are numbered 1 to 9 according to the area. The beast tamers started talking one after another. Muddy Dragon Swamp's number 7 mud dragon lives in the outer area of the Muddy Dragon Swamp. The hunting process is not complicated because Mud Dragon number 7 once broke into a relay station near Nanjiang City and swallowed a batch of important materials. The City Lord's mansion has ordered that it must be executed. As long as you kill Mud Dragon number 7, the mission will be completed successfully and you will get extra rewards. Even if you don't complete the mission, you can stay in the Muddy Dragon Swamp until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. As for the other mud dragons, as long as you are strong enough, you can kill them if you want. You can also take the materials in the swamp if you are capable. Whatever is in my hands is yours, Chu Yuan said solemnly. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed that the mayor's mansion had agreed to let them make some extra money. In this way, they could also make a lot of money during the mission, which would be enough to cover their expenses for a long time. It could be said that this mission was both dangerous and lucky. Okay, they nodded in agreement. Soon, they left the Nanjiang City branch of the Pet Alliance, sat on the back of a D-level flying elephant, and flew toward the destination. The mayor's mansion was responsible for this mission, but when they arrived at the destination, the people from the mayor's mansion would not enter the Muddy Dragon Swamp. They would only be responsible for receiving them outside. High up in the sky, Wu Ming was sitting in a chair with his seatbelt fastened. The D-level flying elephant he was sitting on was very big. It looked like an elephant with wings. It weighed 10 tons and had a slight anti-gravity levitation talent. It also had huge wings on both sides of its body that could lift 10 tons of weight with a gentle flap. Therefore, flying elephants were usually used as heavy transportation vehicles. On the back of this flying elephant, there was a seat box that looked like a pavilion. Inside it were 10 chairs with seat belts. According to the speed of a D-grade flying elephant, we will arrive in a few hours, which is around noon. The D-level beast tamer in charge of the transportation said. He was the master of the flying elephants. Bai Xiao stroked her blazing rabbit and asked curiously, "Isn't the flying elephant a Class D pet?" The speed of such pets is about 90 meters per second. It will take them 6 or 7 hours to reach the Mud Dragon Swamp, which is 2,000 kilometers away. That D-level beast tamer explained, "We're going downwind." Also, the pet's speed is usually when it's running. When it's flying, it'll be much faster. Based on our current speed, we'll arrive at our destination by noon. Oh, so that's how it is. Bai Xiao nodded. On the seat, Wu Ming found it strange. Bai Xiao was a B-level beast tamer. How could she not know about this? Could it be that she was bored and deliberately asked this question? At this moment, Bai Xiao turned her head to look at Wu Ming. I heard that there are 15 business elites in the Thunder Spirit Villa. They're all beautiful women. I wonder if it's true. Whether it's true or not, does it have anything to do with you? Wu Ming asked back. I'm just asking. Bai Xiao shrugged her shoulders. Fatty Hai, who was sitting behind the two, stroked the Thunder Kylan beside him. After hearing that there were 15 beautiful women, he could not help but lick his lips. His eyes lit up. Fatty Hai had a hobby. This hobby was the same as Boss Chow. Staring at Wu Ming's back, Fatty Hai's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He was already thinking about his next ruthless plan. If I accidentally kill Wu Ming when attacking Mud Dragon number 7, wouldn't the 15 beautiful women in the Thunder Spirit conglomerate be at my mercy? Thinking of this, Fatty Hai could not help but lick his lips. Now that they had left the safe City Lord's mansion, not only Wu Ming, but also Bai Xiao and the others all put on their respective armors and covered their whole body. Everyone's expression was well hidden. No one knew what they were thinking. However, Wu Ming had a premonition of danger. To be precise, it was the rainbow-winged chameleon's B-level telepathy talent that sensed danger. And the danger was right next to them. It was hard to tell who it was. This group of teammates is unreliable. Someone wants to kill me? If I find out who it is, I'll kill you first. Wu Ming was secretly vigilant. Whoosh, whoosh. The D-level flying elephant continued to move forward. On the way, Bai Xiao Xiao was like a chatterbox. From time to time, she would pull Wu Ming's arm and chat with him. For example, what did it feel like to play cards with beautiful women? Did it hurt? Did it feel good? Regarding this, Wu Ming was speechless. He seriously suspected that it was Bai Xiao Xiao who wanted to harm him. The rainbow-winged chameleon can only sense that the source of danger is right next to me, within a range of 10 meters. But there are quite a few people around me. I have to find a chance to be alone with any one of them. That way, I can accurately determine who wants to harm me. Maybe there's more than one person, Wu Ming muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he had a feeling that everyone around him wanted to harm him. An hour later, Bai Xiao Xiao was tired. She gulped down a large glass of ice water to moisten her throat. She wanted to continue chatting with Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming pretended to be asleep and got away with it. Just like that, it was 12:30 in the afternoon. They had arrived at the Muddy Dragon Swamp. Looking down from above, the whole swamp was distributed in an area surrounded by mountains. It had a radius of more than 200 kilometers. There were large and small puddles everywhere. It would be very difficult to walk. Big shots, I'll leave you here. When I'm done, I'll meet you here. The beast tamer of the flying elephant left the 5 of them at the top of the mountain and found a secluded place to hide. On the top of the mountain, 5 people and 5 pets stood side by side, looking at the gourd-shaped swamp surrounded by mountains. Following the map, they pointed to an area dozens of kilometers away. That's the range of Mud Dragon number 7's territory. One Eye found the location of the destination on the electronic map, stuck on the back of his left hand. Do you think we should split into 5 groups or 2? Let's split into 2 groups, Fatty Hai said meaningfully. He really wanted to team up with Wu Ming. In this way, he could find an opportunity to make a move on the way. Okay, let's split into 2 groups. I'll team up with Wu Ming, and you 3 stinky men will team up, the chatterbox Bai Xiao Xiao said immediately. The corner of Fatty Hai's mouth twitched. He wanted to slap Bai Xiao Xiao away. Okay, I'll team up with Bai Xiao Xiao, Wu Ming said. He also wanted to know if Bai Xiao Xiao wanted to harm him. If so, he might as well make a move on the way. Hong Sheng and One Eye didn't want to stay with the chatterbox Bai Xiao Xiao, so they both agreed to this arrangement. Fatty Hai had no choice but to agree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 of them split into 2 groups and surrounded the area where Mud Dragon number 7 was from the left and right. Chapter 296. After they came down from the mountain, the 2 teams had already split up. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. However, the Muddy Dragon Swamp was a basin surrounded by mountains. The fog was too thick and the light on the ground was dim. On a ridge overgrown with weeds, Wu Ming and Bai Xiao Xiao were walking side by side. The rainbow chameleon had sensed that the source of danger was far away. This meant that Bai Xiao Xiao didn't want to kill him. Then it could only be one of the one-eyed, Hong Sheng and Fatty Hai. Wu Ming didn't know who it was. Wu Ming, what color of flowers do you think looks good? Bai Xiao Xiao seemed to be here for sightseeing. She picked a bunch of flowers from the roadside and asked Wu Ming if he liked them. You're so boring. Wu Ming really didn't want to talk to her. Bai Xiao Xiao wasn't a threat to him, but she was annoying, the kind that could annoy him to death. You don't like to talk to me, right? Let me tell you, my friends all say that I'm a man of few words. What I'm going to say to you today is equivalent to what I've said in my entire life. Bai Xiao Xiao blurted out. Wu Ming was speechless. He thought about it and said, You talk so much. Aren't you afraid that you'll attract the beasts in the Muddy Dragon Swamp? Splash! The 2 of them had just reached the foot of the mountain when a beast really came out from a nearby puddle. It was an anaconda. It was at the F level and as thick as a bucket. Its heavy body coiled around the 2 of them, trying to tire them to death. Wow, it's delicious. Bai Xiao Xiao didn't panic at all. Instead, she shouted excitedly. Whoosh! The next moment, the flaming rabbit next to her spewed out blazing flames, burning the anaconda to ashes. Oh, it's burnt to ashes. I can't eat it. Bai Xiao Xiao sighed. Wu Ming's mouth twitched. It seemed that Bai Xiao Xiao wasn't panicking at all. She was doing this on purpose to play. We both have B-level pets, but the Lord of the Muddy Dragon Swamp is an A-level beast. It's not good to be so ostentatious. Wu Ming was worried. What are you afraid of? Bai Xiao Xiao shrugged. Mud Dragon number 7's territory is within a 30-kilometer radius. It's over 100 kilometers away from the other Mud Dragon's lairs. They won't be able to detect our movements here. Wu Ming, he decided not to talk to Bai Xiao Xiao anymore. The two of them stepped on the wet and soft soil beside the puddle and moved forward slowly. Their speed was not very fast. Along the way, Wu Ming found many medicinal herbs, which were all guarded by various fierce beasts. Bai Xiao Xiao might look like a young lady, but she was actually a demon. Wherever she went, not a single beast would be able to survive. Following her, even though Wu Ming was only picking up scraps, he still managed to get over 100 caddies of medicinal herbs. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It was 3 in the afternoon. The two of them sat under a crooked tree to recover their strength. Where are you? Bai Xiao Xiao took out her signal enhancement walkie-talkie and asked One-Eyed. She waited for a while before getting a response. We're not moving forward. We were just hunting C-class beasts nearby and had a good harvest. Don't tell me you're heading to your destination like a fool? One-Eyed replied. No, we're also hunting beasts and harvesting a lot of medicinal herbs. We can't carry them anymore. Bai Xiao Xiao said. Come on, it seems that we're all fishing in troubled waters, but this won't do. At midnight tonight, we'll gather and attack Mud Dragon number 7. Whether we succeed or fail, we can only do it once. One-Eyed's voice was very serious. Okay. Bai Xiao Xiao nodded. After ending the call, she said to Wu Ming beside her, We'll continue to fish and attack at night. Okay. Wu Ming nodded. From the looks of it, this group of people didn't concentrate on the mission at all. They were just taking advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money to fill their wallets. In that case, let's split up, Wu Ming suddenly said. Bai Xiao Xiao suddenly looked at him with a surprised look. I need to act alone. Wu Ming's voice was very calm, but Bai Xiao Xiao heard an unquestionable tone. Okay. Bai Xiao Xiao also felt that acting alone was the best. On the other side, why don't we act alone? Fatty High's heart was itching. He had always wanted to find a chance to kill Wu Ming, so that when he returned, he could openly abduct the 15 beauties in Thunder Spirit Villa. Okay, then we'll act alone. However, we must reach the location of Mud Dragon number 7 before 11:30 tonight. Although we're fishing, we have to attack at least once. One-Eyed and Hong Sheng agreed to Fatty High's suggestion. Just like that, the three of them went their separate ways. Hee, Wu Ming, I'm coming. Fatty High took Thunder Kirin and headed in another direction. At the same time, he looked at the small screen on the back of his hand and saw a red dot on it. Hee, you can't run away. In a place where no one was around, Fatty High grinned. The red dot on the screen was Wu Ming's coordinates. Before distributing the walkie-talkies, he put a miniature tracker in Wu Ming's walkie-talkie. After separating from the talkative Bai Xiao Xiao, Wu Ming felt that his ears were finally quiet. He first drank some water in a place before continuing on his journey. Gaga, the rainbow-winged chameleon on his shoulder, suddenly cried softly and looked in a certain direction in the distance. The source of danger is approaching. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, the person in the dark was really haunting him. As soon as he started to act alone, he began to follow him. Is there a tracking signal on me? Wu Ming transmitted his thoughts to the rainbow-winged chameleon. The latter immediately held the energy sword and pointed at the walkie-talkie. Wu Ming was stunned. He stretched out his hand, and the dark gold armor on his index finger extended, turning into a screwdriver and unscrewing the walkie-talkie. Inside, he found the tracker. Wu Ming calmly took it off, closed the walkie-talkie, and put the tracker on his body. The walkie-talkie was given to us by Fatty High. So, the person who wants to harm me is Fatty High? No, I can't be so careless. It could also be someone else who put it in the walkie-talkie. However, the probability of it being Fatty High is the highest. I have to be careful. First of all, excluding Bai Xiao Xiao It can only be one or two of the remaining three people. It can't be all three. Wu Ming needed the tracker to lure out the person who wanted to harm him. If I kill that person directly, will there be any trouble? I got it. Wu Ming had an idea, and his smile gradually became perverted. Whoosh! He took out the C-grade master ball and released the blazing yellow duck. He sat on the back of the blazing yellow duck and ran toward the location of Mud Dragon number 7 with the tracker, more than 10 kilometers away. Fatty Hai saw the fast-moving mark and knew that Wu Ming was rushing toward the location of Mud Dragon number 7. Damn it, is Wu Ming a fool? He actually wants to fight a dragon alone. Right, once Wu Ming makes a move on Mud Dragon number 7, I'll take the opportunity to kill him and occupy the 15 beauties. Hee. Fatty Hai laughed sinisterly and followed. He didn't know that he had fallen into the trap set by Wu Ming step by step. Chapter 297. On the way, Wu Ming was sitting on the back of the blazing yellow duck. Quack, quack. The rainbow chameleon called out to remind Su Ping of the distance between it and the source of danger. Great. There's only one source of danger. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth rose slightly. Just now, he had used the walkie-talkie to keep in touch with the others. He learned that the 5 members of the hunting team had split up and were fighting on their own. They were all more than 10 kilometers away from each other. At the moment, Wu Ming was certain that only one person wanted to kill him. He was delighted. Only one person? I think it's probably Fatty C. I have to hide near Mud Dragon number 7 and find a chance to make a move. Wu Ming sneered. He would not take the initiative to stir up trouble. But that didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. If Fatty C wanted to kill him, then it would have to die. It just so happened that the rainbow chameleon needed to devour 6 more B-rank pets or beasts to fill up its energy. If Fatty C wanted to court death, then Su Ping would devour his Thunder Kirin and use it to reach the A-rank. Roar! A few kilometers away, an E-rank crocodile dashed out from a pond. The demon atomic beast and the rainbow chameleon didn't even need to do anything. The blazing yellow duck stomped down and crushed the head of the E-rank crocodile, allowing Wu Ming to deprive it of its beast core and evolution points. Wu Ming pressed on. Along the way, he would occasionally run into anacondas, crocodiles, poisonous frogs, mutated catfish, and even electric eels. But all of them were stomped to death by the blazing yellow duck. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Ming had arrived at the center of Mud Dragon number 7's territory. It was a lake. It was several thousand meters long and 800 meters wide. There was an island with lush trees in the center. There was a kind of clay that was rich in trace elements. The nest of Mud Dragon number 7 was there. Go to sleep first. Wu Ming patted the blazing yellow duck's head and turned it into a C-rank ball. He attached it to his waist. Then he put on his combat suit and dived into the water. He had a breathing mask that could allow him to breathe for more than 10 hours, and he was wearing the dark golden armor. It was as if he was taking a stroll in the water. The underwater world. Wu Ming looked at everything around him. The water quality of this lake was very good. It was very clear, like mountain spring water. There was no problem drinking it directly. Voila! Several 2-meter-long fish swam over from afar and stared at Wu Ming. They slowly swam around him but didn't bite him. Soon after, they went away. In the water, Wu Ming hugged his arms and didn't move his legs, but he was able to float in the water and move towards the center of the island. This was all thanks to the rainbow-winged chameleon's B-rank force awakening talent, which allowed it to control Wu Ming and float in the water. In order to reduce the commotion, Wu Ming's current diving speed was only 10 meters per second. 35 seconds later, he finally arrived at the island in the middle of the lake. The vegetation on the island was lush and not small, with a diameter of about 200 meters. The island was surrounded by highlands, and in the middle was a small valley-like terrain. Mud Dragon number 7 was right there. Wu Ming took out the tracker and threw it in the valley. The reason why he dared to be so bold and wasn't afraid of being discovered by Mud Dragon number 7 was because he knew through telepathy that Mud Dragon number 7 was lying in the rare clay and sleeping leisurely. A few kilometers away, Fatty High was lying on the back of Thunder Kirin, pushing aside the grass and secretly looking at the island in the middle of the lake. The corner of his mouth twitched. Damn it! Wu Ming, this stubborn guy, has actually reached the island. What should I do? What should I do? Fatty High was a little anxious. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth, took out the walkie-talkie, and shouted, Hey, are you guys there? I'm going to solo the dragon. Is there any warrior who wants to team up with me? One Eye, Hong Sheng, and Bai Xiao were farming. Hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, the corner of their mouth twitched. F***CK. Solo the dragon. Fatty, are you out of your mind? The three of them scolded each other. They had agreed to gather and attack Mud Dragon number 7 in the middle of the night. In the end, they didn't know what was wrong with Fatty High. He actually wanted to solo the dragon. Haha, I'm also going to solo the dragon. I've already reached the island. Fatty High, why don't we team up? At this time, Wu Ming's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie. Wu Ming, you. One Eye, Hong Sheng, and Bai Xiao were dumbfounded on the spot. They couldn't understand what was wrong with Wu Ming and Fatty High's brains. They actually wanted to solo the dragon. Haha, little brother Wu Ming, wait for me. I'll reach the island now. When the time comes, we'll sneak attack Mud Dragon number 7 together. Fatty High said excitedly. He thought that Wu Ming would play dead. In the end, this guy actually foolishly wanted to team up with him. See if I can't trick you. Fatty High cut someone on the shore and built a raft. He faced the setting sun and rowed towards the island in the middle of the lake. He even hummed a tune, completely unaware that he had fallen into Wu Ming's last trap. When the other three heard that the two wanted to team up to fight Mud Dragon number 7, their faces were all tense. They rushed to the island in the middle of the lake as fast as they could. Lake Island. Wu Ming sat on the trunk of a collapsed tree, quietly waiting for the big fish to take the bait. When we attack Mud Dragon no. 7 later, I'll deliberately show a flaw and let Fatty High kill me. Then, I'll record a video. Then, I'll counterattack. Fatty High die. Wu Ming secretly planned. He had the Devil Atomic Beast and the Rainbow Winged Chameleon. One was in the dark while the other was in the light. He wasn't afraid of Fatty High's sneak attack at all. Soon, Wu Ming took out a camera and installed it on his left shoulder. The surface was covered with dark gold armor, so he wasn't afraid of it being smashed. 15 minutes later. Little brother Wu Ming, I'm here. Fatty High brought Thunder Kirin and met up with Wu Ming. They stood on high ground and looked at the small valley in the center of the island. There was a quagmire with a diameter of 20 meters. The soil was colorful and rich in rare elements. Mud Dragon number 7 was hiding in the quagmire, only revealing 2 nostrils to breathe. From time to time, there was a snoring sound. Little brother Wu Ming, that's Mud Dragon number 7. Let's lure it out and attack it crazily. What do you think? Fatty High suggested. He was very cautious. He was prepared to wait for Mud Dragon number 7 to come out before taking advantage of the chaos to attack. This was the most stable way. Okay, you attract its firepower, Wu Ming said. Fatty High wanted to object. However, in order to kill Wu Ming, he could only lick his lips and nod heavily. Okay. The next moment, Thunder Kirin launched an attack. Crack! The 2 blue horns on top of its head spewed out blazing thunder and hit Mud Dragon number 7's nostrils. Roar! Mud Dragon number 7's nose was about to explode. It was so painful that it jumped out of the quagmire and revealed its true body. It was 10 meters long. Its body looked like a huge 4-legged loach with a sharp horn on top of its head. 2 big black eyes stared at the attacking Thunder Kirin. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a terrifying scream. Whoosh! The next moment, Mud Dragon number 7 pounced on Thunder Kirin. Fatty High was so scared that he shouted, Little brother Wu Ming, quickly attack. Okay. Wu Ming nodded. Bang! The Rainbow Winged Chameleon sped up and hit Mud Dragon number 7's abdomen, sending it flying and falling into the quagmire. At this moment, Fatty High looked at Wu Ming, who was standing in front of him. The face under the helmet had already revealed a hideous smile. Chapter 298. This was a perfect opportunity. The rainbow-winged chameleon had knocked away Mud Dragon number 7. It was already far away from Wu Ming. For Fatty Hai, it was time for him to make his move. Kill Wu Ming first. After the death of the master, the pet's strength will be reduced temporarily. At this time, I can kill that chameleon. I'm so smart. Fatty Hai waved his hand. The Thunder Kylan next to him suddenly spewed out blazing thunderbolts from the horns on its forehead. The thunderbolts struck Wu Ming, sending him flying for dozens of meters before he fell into the forest. Crack, crack. Although he couldn't see Wu Ming, Fatty Hai was sure that Wu Ming would be turned into charcoal by the Class B thunderbolts. Kill that chameleon. Fatty Hai continued to give orders. Crack. The thunderbolt struck out, but it hit Mud Dragon number 7 instead, causing it to be charred black and tremble. As for the rainbow-winged chameleon, it had disappeared without anyone noticing. Roar! Mud Dragon number 7 was enraged. After it lost its target, the rainbow-winged chameleon, it pounced on Fatty Hai crazily. Kill it for me, Fatty Hai ordered loudly. At the same time, he was ready to turn around and run. However, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because he couldn't move his body, it was as if he was frozen on the spot. Even the Thunder Kylan could only struggle as if it was controlled by some invisible force. Roar! At this time, Mud Dragon number 7 had rushed over at full speed. It pierced through the Thunder Kylan's eyes with the horns on its forehead, then through its skull and brain, ending its life. Under normal circumstances, the Thunder Kylan could dodge such a fatal attack. However, it was frozen. No! Fatty Hai let out a heart-wrenching cry. I still have 15 beauties that I haven't had the chance to enjoy. How can I die like this? Fatty Hai was unwilling to accept this. Immediately afterward, Mud Dragon number 7 continued to dash. The horns on its head pierced through Fatty Hai's chest, stringing him and the Thunder Kylan together. Whoosh! Right then, the rainbow-winged chameleon emerged from the quagmire. Just now, it had sunk into the quagmire at lightning speed and used telepathy to shield its breath. Then, it secretly interfered with Mud Dragon number 7, which allowed it to attack Fatty C and Thunder Chilin in a frenzy. As for why Fatty Hai and the Thunder Chilin couldn't move, it was naturally because of their B-grade talent, Force Awakening, and telepathy. Under such circumstances, not a single B-rank pet could resist. Rip! As soon as the rainbow-winged chameleon appeared, it shook off the rainbow clay on its body. Its body emitted a dazzling white light as it controlled the B-grade energy soared a circle around the neck of Mud Dragon number 7. Bang! Mud Dragon number 7 was beheaded and fell to the ground. It struggled for a while before it died. Fatty C's chest was penetrated, but he was still alive. He opened his mouth wide and wanted to ask for help, but he found that he couldn't speak. At this moment, a nightmarish figure was pushing through the jungle, walking to the quagmire and giving him the middle finger. Wu Ming! Wu Ming! Fatty C finally spat out a sound. He never would have thought that Wu Ming would still be alive after being struck by the Thunder Kirin's B-class Thunderbolt. You didn't expect this, did you? The armor I'm wearing is not an ordinary nano-level armor. It's a special armor that can absorb energy. Your B-class Thunderbolt can't hurt me at all. Also, do you think I don't know that you're trying to harm me? From the very beginning, you've been the prey, and I've been the real hunter. Wu Ming sneered. Because his armor had absorbed a large amount of thunderbolts from the Thunder Kirin, its surface had become hot and red. This was a sign that the armor had stored too much energy. No, this is impossible. After hearing Wu Ming's words, Fatty C couldn't hold on any longer. He spat out blood from his mouth, breathed heavily, and died on the spot. Wu Ming showed no mercy at all. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Bang! All the energy stored in the armor was released, causing the ground to tremble violently. Under Wu Ming's feet, a huge pit had been created. As the excess energy dispersed, the armor regained its dark golden color, simple and elegant. Caw-caw! The rainbow chameleon landed on Wu Ming's shoulder. It pointed at the two B-class pets and the beast on the ground. Don't worry. Wait for someone to come. Wu Ming rubbed the rainbow chameleon's head. How is it? Right then, One Eye's anxious voice came from the walkie-talkie. Don't do anything stupid. Mud Dragon number 7 is strong. You two might not be able to defeat it. Back off. Wu Ming held the walkie-talkie and pressed the button to speak. They're all dead. With that said, he turned off the walkie-talkie. It would take some time for One Eye, Hong Sheng, and Bai Xiao Xiao to arrive. Wu Ming searched Fatty C's body and found a bunch of keys and a badge. He put them away at once. Then, Wu Ming walked to the quagmire. The rare clay in this quagmire was 7-colored. Because of this, the rainbow-winged chameleon was able to hide perfectly within it. If it were in other environments, the battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Name: Rainbow Rare Earth. Rank: C. Remarks: this used to be a burial pit. A large number of corpses of high-rank beasts were buried in it. After years of precipitation and chemical reactions, it became a quagmire rich in trace elements. It could be used as raw materials for evolution food and baths for pets to speed up their transformation and upgrade. Wu Ming was surprised when he saw the information of the rainbow rare earth in the quagmire with his eye of insight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, Bai Xiao Xiao, Hong Sheng, and One Eye finally arrived at the scene. They looked at the intact Wu Ming, then looked at the number 7 mud dragon with its neck cut off, and Fatty Hai and Thunder Cheelin hanging on the top horn of the mud dragon. They were all surprised. How did this happen? One Eye clenched his fists. Could it be that Fatty C and the Thunder Kylan attracted the enemy's attention, and then Wu Ming had the chameleon cut off the neck of Mud Dragon number 7? So, you actually killed this B-class dire beast. Bai Xiao Xiao and Hong Sheng speculated. Wu Ming's eyes flickered. He nodded. That's more or less the case. Wu Ming didn't bother to talk about the grudge between him and Fatty C. Since Bai Xiao Xiao and the others thought that was what happened, then so be it. So, we've completed our mission successfully. Also, because we killed Mud Dragon number 7, we can get additional rewards. We've made a fortune. Bai Xiao Xiao was thrilled. What should we do with these corpses? Wu Ming asked. When he spoke, his tone was very serious. Since you killed Mud Dragon number 7, all the trophies are yours. But you have to leave the horn of Mud Dragon number 7. That's the proof that our team killed it, and we can use it to claim the reward. One Eye said in a deep voice. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, Wu Ming's chameleon was able to cut open the neck of Mud Dragon number 7, which meant that its combat strength was horrifying. It shouldn't be provoked. Okay. Wu Ming was very happy to hear this distribution method. He clapped his hands. The rainbow-winged chameleon immediately waved its energy sword and cut off the 1-meter-long horn of Mud Dragon number 7. Chapter 299. What a sharp energy blade. One Eye, Bai Xiao Xiao, and Hong Sheng looked at the horn of Mud Dragon number 7 that was cut in half, and then looked at the energy blade in the claws of the rainbow-winged chameleon. Their faces were full of fear. The next scene, everyone was even more shocked. The rainbow-winged chameleon stuck out its tongue, rolled up the corpses of Mud Dragon number 7 and Thunder Kylan, and swallowed them whole. What a freakish talent! Bai Xiao Xiao was speechless. Such a big thing could be compressed and swallowed into a small stomach. It was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The other two also swallowed hard and labeled Wu Ming as extremely dangerous and not to be messed with. As for Fatty Hai's corpse, they were going to bring it back. It was a B-grade beast tamer after all. Bringing it back to the Nanjiang City Lord's mansion could be considered as completing their mission. These rainbow rare earth, who wants it? Wu Ming pointed at the quagmire. Bai Xiao Xiao took out a special instrument to examine it. After a while, she said, it seems to be C-grade rainbow rare earth. 10,000 per pound. Only 20 million per ton. It's too cheap. One Eye shrugged and was too lazy to take it. It was not that he looked down on the money, but it was not convenient for him to take it. I'm not interested either. Hong Sheng spread out his hands. If you don't want it, then I'll take it all. Wu Ming clapped his hands. The rainbow-winged chameleon next to him twisted its neck, opened its mouth, and swallowed more than half of the quagmire's rare earth. In total, It was at least 50 tons. Burp, the rainbow-winged chameleon burped. It could not eat any more for the time being. But this kind of devouring talent still made by Xiao Xiao and the other two beside him feel incredible. It should be a space-type talent. But isn't it too much? By Xiao Xiao and the other two muttered. 10 minutes later, the four of them took Fatty High's corpse and the horn of Mud Dragon number 7 back to the mountain at the fastest speed. So fast. On the back of the D-grade flying elephant, the D-grade beast tamer from the mayor's mansion was surprised to see the four returning people, one corpse and one horn. Fatty High died in the battle. This is the horn of Mud Dragon number 7. We'll go back tomorrow afternoon and continue to hunt in the Muddy Dragon Swamp. One-Eyed was the temporary team leader and was responsible for reporting the situation. Alas, life and death are decided by fate, and riches and honor are decided by the heavens. Fatty High's death is his bad luck, the D-level beast tamer side. He picked up the number 7 Mud Dragon's horn, which weighed 25 kilograms, and compared it with the photo. Based on the 7 pattern, he confirmed that it was the number 7 Mud Dragon. Very good. Your mission has been successfully completed. From now on, you're free to do whatever you want. Tomorrow afternoon, we will return to the City Lord Mansion on time. The D-level beast tamer was very happy. If the mission was completed, he would also be rewarded. Next, Wu Ming, by Xiao Xiao, One-Eyed, and Hong Sheng sat on the flying elephant's back and ate something. They planned to sleep until the early morning of the next day before continuing their hunt in the Muddy Dragon Swamp. The night was silent. Bai Xiao Xiao lay beside Wu Ming, propping up her chin with both hands and looking at him with great interest. "Handsome guy, can we have a chat?" She winked at Wu Ming. "Sure," Wu Ming nodded. "I want to talk about why you are so good at this topic." Puffed. Bai Xiao Xiao immediately lost her interest. She turned over and leaned against the railing with her hands behind her head. With a blade of grass in her mouth, she looked at the misty, muddy dragon swamp. "Let's sleep." Wu Ming also leaned against the railing and looked at the night sky. "Tomorrow, we're going to act alone. We won't form a team," One-Eyed said. He was holding a B-level ion sword in his hand. As he pressed the switch, a 1-meter-long reddish-gold ion beam shot out. "I am very curious about the ion sword's principle." Wu Ming pointed at the ion sword. He touched his body and took out a B-level ion sword from the system space. It was obtained from Pang Wenba, the former boss of the Thunder Spirit Consortium. It was very powerful and could cut open armor below B-level. The ion sword is just like that. Bai Xiao Xiao also took out a B-level ion sword and took the initiative to join the conversation. The energy source of the ion sword is the beast's inner core. After the internal energy is ionized, it is shot out from the ejector. When it reaches a length of 1 meter, it will be attracted by the special force field inside and turn 360 degrees to return the energy to the inner core. Because of this, the length of the ion sword is fixed. It won't shoot out infinitely far to avoid wasting energy. After listening to the explanation, Wu Ming understood. So, this was the principle of the ion sword. He pressed the switch. Buzz. The ion sword shot out and was also 1 meter long. He jumped off the back of the flying elephant and waved the ion sword at the top of the mountain. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass could remain more than half a meter tall. Late at night, everyone fell asleep one after another. The next day, at 4:30 in the morning, Wu Ming woke up. He found that other than the D-level beast tamer in the City Lord's mansion, everyone else had left. When did they leave? It's Wu Ming. You're finally awake. The other 3 beast tamers woke up at 4 o'clock. Oh, you woke up quite early. Wu Ming finished washing up and ate something. Holding the B-grade ion sword in his right hand, he killed his way into the Muddy Dragon Swamp. The hunt had begun, in an area with abundant water plants. Wu Ming walked on the road with a bottle of special food used to lure berserk beasts hanging on his body. Wherever he went, a large number of berserk beasts would attack. He could slash ordinary unranked dire beasts in half with the B-grade ion sword in his hand, as if he was in an unstoppable state. Roar! Suddenly, a big guy attacked. This was an E-grade leech. It was 1 meter long. Even a cow would be sucked dry in an instant after being bitten by it. Rip! Wu Ming waved the B-grade ion sword and cut the leech in half. Then, he began to absorb the special energy and turned it into evolution points. 5 in the morning. Wu Ming had already obtained thousands of evolution points. At this time, he took out the electronic map and found the territory of the B-grade berserk beast closest to here. 35 kilometers away, mud dragon number 8. Kill it and devour it. Wu Ming's face was full of excitement. His main goal was to let the rainbow-winged chameleon devour 10 B-grade beasts. And now, it had already devoured 6 of them. For more, and it would be full of energy. By then, it would transform into an A-grade beast. Whoosh! The rainbow-winged chameleon waved its small claws and used its B-grade talent, Force Awakening. It lifted Wu Ming 0.5 meter off the ground and flew away at a speed of tens of meters per second. I am flying. Wu Ming was very excited. This feeling of flying in the air was like that of the gods in myths and legends. It was light and wonderful. Whoosh! Wu Ming's speed was getting faster and faster. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, seeing him flying away lightly, they would think that he had encountered a ghost. Chapter 300. 20 minutes later. Above a quagmire, Wu Ming saw the nostrils of mud dragon number 8. Thud! He landed on the ground, squatted down, and used the surrounding grass to cover himself. The rainbow-winged chameleon flew over at a low altitude, controlled the B-grade energy sword, and pierced through the nostrils of mud dragon number 8. Roar! Mud dragon number 8 let out a scream. The penetration effect of the energy sword was too terrifying. With just one hit, its brain was penetrated. It struggled hard and bounced to the ground from the quagmire. Its tail smashed a boulder before it died. Wu Ming looked at this B-grade beast. It was similar to mud dragon number 7. They both had a horn on their heads, and their strength was similar. Their bodies contained abundant energy. Swallow it, Wu Ming ordered. Quack! The rainbow-winged chameleon was very excited. It opened its mouth and swallowed mud dragon number 8. The aura on its body became stronger, giving off a feeling of flowing light. Wu Ming could feel that the chameleon was getting stronger. Moreover, its speed was very fast. There are still 3 B-grade beasts left. Wu Ming opened the map and looked at the location of mud dragon number 9 that was only 20 kilometers away from here. Whoosh! After he finished plundering the herbs here, he continued on his way. The area where mud dragon number 9 was located was a pool that was about the size of 5 football fields. There was 5 meters of mud under the pool, which was the favorite environment of mud dragon number 9. Beside the pool, Wu Ming lay on the ground. He stretched out his hand and threw out a large amount of special food with a tempting smell. Soon, mud dragon number 9 swam out of the pool. It sniffed the nearby aura. Suddenly, a look of horror flashed in its eyes as it quickly dived into the pool. Rip! A shining blade slashed over. Mud dragon number 9 was very alert to danger. It had already begun to dodge, but it found that its body was stiff as if it was frozen by a mysterious force. Then, the B-grade energy sword circled around its neck. Mud dragon number 9 was separated from its body and fell heavily on the edge of the pool. Quack! The rainbow-winged chameleon was extremely excited. After swallowing mud dragon number 9, it burped and lay on the ground, emitting a gentle glow. It was digesting the corpses of all the B-rank pets it had swallowed. It actually takes an hour, Wu Ming frowned slightly. However, it was only around 6 o'clock in the morning. If they waited for an hour, it would only be 7 o'clock. Next, as long as he devoured 2 more B-grade mud dragons, he would have enough energy to level up. During this hour, Wu Ming waited for a long time. It was 7:10 in the morning. Wu-ao! The rainbow-winged chameleon stretched its back, its eyes filled with excitement. It stuck its tongue out at Wu Ming. Next, I'll head to mud dragon number 4's lair 56 kilometers away. There are 2 more B-class dire beasts there. I'm very close to A-class now. Wu Ming was very excited. Under the escort of the rainbow-winged chameleon, he continued his journey towards his destination. Wu Ming's flying speed was very fast. His speed reached 100 meters per second. It would only take him 10 minutes to reach his destination. However, before he arrived at his destination, Wu Ming stopped and looked at a dilapidated stone house in the distance. Strange. Why is there a place for people to live here? Wu Ming was curious. Out of curiosity, he landed on the ground, pushed open the stone door, and entered the empty stone house. He found that the house was very clean, as if someone often came here to clean it. All of a sudden, Wu Ming sensed something. He reached out his hand, and the key to the black pyramid in the dark forest appeared in his palm. On the ground, a keyhole appeared. Click! As Wu Ming slowly turned the key, the floor opened to both sides, revealing an underground passage. Wu Ming went in and walked down for dozens of meters before he reached the end. There was a treasure box there. He opened it with the key. Inside was a strange crystal. He opened the Eye of Insight and saw some strange information. Name: Super Evolution Crystal. Rank: S. Remark: the special energy emitted by the S-rank Super Evolution Crystal can ensure that pets or beasts can advance to the S rank. Wu Ming was overjoyed by the introduction. It's a Super Evolution Crystal. This crystal was not to be eaten. It was to be used as a pillow. A pet at the peak of the A rank could only evolve if it could receive at least 1 hour of light from the Super Evolution Crystal every day. Without this crystal, pets could not advance to the S rank. I'm so lucky. Wu Ming found it strange. Why was he so lucky that he could run into this crystal just by walking around? Something was not right. But this is indeed a S-rank Super Evolution Crystal. I don't care if this is a conspiracy or a coincidence. I'll take it first. Not even 10 billion can buy this crystal. Basically, it's not for sale. Wu Ming murmured. He put away the key and the Super Evolution Crystal and went back to the ground. By the time he left, the stone house had actually collapsed. Rumble. The stone house seemed to have been affected by some kind of mechanism. It collapsed into pieces. Then, the ground became flat. The next second, Wu Ming felt a tremor in his head. He went into his storage space at once. Then, to his surprise, he didn't find the Super Evolution Crystal. System, what is going on? Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ding! That's a telepathic phenomenon, similar to a dream or a mirage. Wu Ming was enlightened. I understand now. That's a remnant of spiritual power. Someone or an organization is telling me through the key to the Black Pyramid that there's a stone house somewhere in this world and that I can find a S-rank Super Evolution Crystal inside. That's a miraculous method. Wu Ming wore a serious expression. He turned around and looked at the colorful winged chameleon. Its eyes were glowing. It seemed that the colorful winged chameleon was communicating with a pet in the distance using a B-rank telepathic ability. It seems that a pet has a strong telepathic ability. It can affect the colorful winged chameleon from a distance. Even I was affected, but I don't think that pet is an enemy. Let's continue to hunt B-rank mud dragons. Wu Ming went on without hesitation. 10 minutes later, he had arrived at his destination. Mud Dragon number 4's nest was located in an underground pit. It was humid inside, and there was a quagmire. That was where Mud Dragon number 4 lived. Wu Ming put in some food of temptation at the entrance of the pit. However, after 10 minutes, nothing happened. Wu Ming listened carefully. He heard a strange noise in the pit. At first, it sounded like the Mud Dragon was struggling. Did someone beat me to it? Wu Ming's eyes flickered. He grabbed the B-rank ion sword and led the atomic beast and the colorful winged chameleon into the pit. They moved forward slowly. The pit had a diameter of 3 meters. It was like a staircase. They went down in a roundabout way until they reached a depth of dozens of meters. 3 minutes later, Wu Ming reached the deepest part of the pit. He was stunned when he saw the scene that had unfolded before him. Chapter 301. In the deepest part of the cave, some gems were inlaid on the walls. emitting a soft glow that allowed people to see what was going on inside. Mud Dragon number 4 was lying on the ground. Its limbs were frozen, and there was a huge wound on its neck. The horn on its forehead had pierced through the chest of a pet that looked like a polar bear, pinning it to the wall. That was a snow monster that could control the wind and snow. Its grade had also reached B grade. However, after being pierced through the chest by Mud Dragon number 4's horn, the snow monster was dying and would die in a few seconds. As for Mud Dragon number 4, it was still breathing, but it wouldn't live for long. On the ground, a graceful woman wearing a nano-grade armor was lying on the ground with a broken ion sword next to her. The woman was gasping for breath. She was hit by Mud Dragon number 4. Even with the nano-grade armor, she still felt that her whole body was about to shatter. Her life was in danger. She heard footsteps and struggled to take a look. However, she couldn't do that because she was weak. She could only stare with her eyes wide open until Wu Ming's tall and straight figure appeared in her sight. Who are you? Help me. The woman saw that it was a human and not a beast. She hurried to call for help. Her voice sounded weak and feeble. Roar. Mud Dragon number 4 was still alive. Sensing that someone was coming, Mud Dragon number 4 threw the dead snow monster to the ground and used the last of its strength to stab at Wu Ming. Be careful, the woman lying on the ground reminded him. In her hazy sight, Mud Dragon number 4 was controlled by a mysterious force. Its horn stopped half a meter away from Wu Ming and could no longer move forward. The next second, Wu Ming held the Class B ion sword with both hands and walked to Mud Dragon number 4. He stabbed the sword into the wound on its neck. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The smell of burning flesh and the sound of meat in the frying pan came along with the billowing smoke. Mud Dragon number 4 struggled desperately, but in the end, it exhausted its last breath and could no longer move. It was completely dead. What is this method? How could such a huge beast be completely suppressed? The woman lay on the ground and looked at this scene in disbelief. Due to the angle, she couldn't see the colorful chameleon standing on Wu Ming's shoulder, nor could she see the atomic beast that had turned into a black bracelet. In the eyes of the woman, this person was terrifying. Could it be that he was a ferocious beast in human form? Eat it. At this moment, Wu Ming spoke. In the next moment, under the woman's shocked gaze, a colorful winged chameleon flew up from the mysterious man's shoulder. With a roll of its tongue, it swallowed the huge number 4 Mud Dragon into its stomach. Well, what kind of pet is that? The woman exclaimed. Then, she pulled on her wound and fainted on the spot. Tap, tap, tap. Wu Ming walked to the woman's side and looked at her. Even though she was wearing a nano-grade armor, her graceful figure was still revealed. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Chameleon, heal her. You don't have to heal her completely. Just make sure she doesn't die or get seriously injured. Wu Ming said. Caw-caw. The colorful winged chameleon landed on the woman and reached out one of its paws. Green ripples surged out and seeped into the woman's body, healing her broken bones and her damaged internal organs. Then, the healing halo dispersed. The colorful winged chameleon went back to Wu Ming's shoulder. There is a B-grade beast here, but it is this woman's pet. So, should I feed it to the chameleon? Wu Ming was in deep thought. He bent down and patted the woman's forehead. However, the nano-grade armor was protecting her and was not opened. He couldn't see her face. Wu Ming had no choice but to use the Eye of Insight. Name, Jiao Wanqing, beast rank, B-grade beast tamer, pet died. Remark, the daughter of the eldest son of the Jia family of the city of EC. She is one of the best in the 3rd generation of the Jia family. Naive and sweet. Seeing this introduction, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. This woman was called Jia Wanqing, and she was the daughter of the eldest son of the Jia family, one of the 4 major families in the Donghai city. The head of the Jia family was an A-grade old man. He had 6 sons. Then, Jia Wanqing was the daughter of the eldest son of the head of the Jia family. Her status was similar to Yin Xiao Xiao in the Nanjiang city. However, what did silly and sweet mean? It couldn't mean that she was silly and sweet, right? Hey, wake up. Wu Ming patted Jia Wanqing's face. Anyway, She was wearing armor. He wasn't afraid of hurting her. Soon, Jiao Wanqing regained consciousness. She struggled to get up. Then, she suddenly turned pale with fright. I thought all my bones were shattered. Am I cured? Then, she looked at Wu Ming, who was next to her. Looking at the tall figure in the dark golden armor, Jiao Wanqing realized something. Did you save me? My pet has healing abilities. Wu Ming pointed to the B-grade snow monster on the ground. Your pet is dead. Why don't you give it to me? What did you say? Jiao Wanqing didn't expect to hear such words as soon as she woke up. That was her pet. It had been with her for 15 years. As far as Jiao Wanqing was concerned, the B-grade snow monster was her family, her most trustworthy battle partner. But this man said that she would give him the snow monster's body? How infuriating. This is the wilderness. You don't have any other pets. You will die if you leave. Also, if I didn't save you, you would have died soon. I saved you. You should thank me. So, how about you give me your pet? Consider it a thank you gift for saving your life. Wu Ming asked with a smile. He had nothing to do with Jiao Wanqing, and he had saved her. He had to collect some interest. If he didn't help, Jiao Wanqing would have died anyway. By then, the B-grade snow monster would have become the rainbow chameleon's meal. You pervert! Jiao Wanqing was so angry that she coughed violently. Even if I die, I won't give it to you. Jiao Wanqing gnashed her teeth. Oh, then you can't blame me. Wu Ming clapped his hands. The rainbow chameleon next to him took out an energy sword. With a gentle slash, the nanograde armor on Jiao Wanqing's body was cut open. However, she was not harmed at all. Rip! Wu Ming tore off the armor, revealing a perfect body. Jiao Wanqing was wearing tight clothes, outlining her impressive curves. Her cold and beautiful face was filled with fear. Wu Ming pressed her down. Then, he pressed an egg of the heart-linking bug between Jiao Wanqing's eyebrows. What did you do to me? Jiao Wanqing screamed. Wu Ming stood up. I implanted a heart-linking bug in your brain. With a thought, I can make you explode like a watermelon. Jiao Wanqing was so angry that her lips turned purple. Ah, you big jerk. She roared, waved her fist, and smashed it heavily on Wu Ming's chest. But the next moment, Jiao Wanqing sucked in a breath of cold air, knelt on the ground, and kept blowing on her fist. Chapter 302. Sis, don't you know where you stand? Wu Ming clicked his tongue. Without me, you would have died. Besides, you punched my dark golden armor with your bare hands. Do you really think you're an iron fist? Wu Ming's laughter made Jiao Wanqing's teeth chatter. Okay, I'll take the remains of the B-rank snow monster. Wu Ming waved his hand. The colorful winged chameleon stuck out its tongue and was about to swallow the snow monster. Wait! Jiao Wanqing threw herself at Wu Ming. Stop! Wu Ming waved his hand. The snow monster was entangled by the colorful winged chameleon's tongue and was suspended in the air. Quack, quack! The colorful winged chameleon turned around and stared at Wu Ming suspiciously with its mouth open. It seemed to be asking, Boss, are you going to eat it or not? What do you want? Wu Ming stared at Jiao Wanqing coldly. She was a beautiful woman with a great figure, and she was also the eldest son of the Jia family in the EC city. However, Wu Ming would not show her any sympathy. He had done his best to heal her. If he were cold-blooded and perverted enough, he would have killed Jiao Wanqing as well. Perverted people might take advantage of the situation. But Wu Ming was not that kind of person. Give me a souvenir. Jiao Wanqing bit her teeth. I need one of the snow monster's canine teeth as a souvenir. Usually, after a pet died, it would be buried or sent to the Pet Alliance. Before parting, the pet's master would choose to keep some of the pet's belongings, such as hair, nails, or canine teeth, as a souvenir for the rest of their lives. Sure, Wu Ming agreed. Whoosh! The colorful winged chameleon used its energy sword to cut off one of the snow monster's canine teeth. It was the size of a finger. Here, Wu Ming took the canine tooth and handed it to Jiao Wanqing beside him. She held the canine tooth with both hands, and tears fell like rain. She regretted it. If he hadn't acted on impulse and went to look for Mud Dragon number 4 alone, the snow monster wouldn't have died. Gulp. On the other hand, the rainbow chameleon had finally swallowed the snow monster. The special energy from the 10 B-rank pets converged and spread throughout the rainbow chameleon's body. Woo-ayo! The rainbow-winged chameleon screamed. It lay on the ground and curled up into a ball. There were many lumps of flesh protruding and sinking on the surface of its body, as if its bones were being reshaped. What is it doing? Zhao Wanqing heard the commotion and quickly pointed at the rainbow-winged chameleon lying on the ground. Metamorphosis. Once it succeeds, it will become an A-class. Wu Ming did not hide anything, nor did he need to hide anything. Zhao Wanqing had been implanted with the heart-linking worm, so there was nothing to worry about. If she threw a tantrum and leaked the news, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Your pets can level up by devouring other beasts and pets. Zhao Wanqing was smart. She had guessed something. What else can it do? Wu Ming curled his lips. If it can't help my pets level up, why would it eat the remains of other beasts and pets? But don't you need food and evolution crystals for evolution? Zhao Wanqing was confused. While she spoke, she had put away the snow monster's fangs. This pet's evolution path is different. Wu Ming sat on the ground and pointed to his side. Sit down and listen to me. Do it? You freak. I won't do it even if I die. Zhao Wanqing gnashed her teeth in anger. Silly. Wu Ming curled his lips. I said sit down, not do it with me. Can you understand human language? You. Zhao Wanqing was enraged. Still, she sat down next to Wu Ming and looked around with a distance of 1 meter between them. Strange. Why can't I see the legendary A-rank material, Earthly Fire Essence Stone? Earthly Fire Essence Stone. Wu Ming was surprised. He knew about it. It was a common material used to refine A-rank food of the fire family. You came here to look for this? Wu Ming used his insightful eyes to look around, but didn't find any trace of the Earthly Fire Essence Stone. But, to tell you the truth, there is no Earthly Fire Essence Stone here. You've been fooled. That's impossible. The one who told me about the Earthly Fire Essence Stone is my best friend, Lin Xiao, the young lady of the Lin family of the EC City. She wouldn't lie to me. Zhao Wanqing clenched her fists. It seems that you're quite stupid. Wu Ming shrugged. Earthly Fire Essence stones only exist under volcanoes. You must be out of your mind to look for Earthly Fire Essence stones in the Muddy Dragon Swamp. My best friend told me. How can it be fake? Zhao Wanqing wouldn't admit defeat. Besides, she's a C-rank pet trainer. There are 2 possibilities. Wu Ming raised 2 fingers. First, your best friend is out of her mind. Second, she wants to kill you. Zhao Wanqing turned pale when she heard the second possibility. That's impossible. We grew up together. We're best friends. How could you want to harm me? Zhao Wanqing clenched her fists. She still couldn't believe it. Her B-rank snow pet was about to advance to the A rank. Therefore, Zhao Wanqing needed a kind of food of the fire family. The master who could make that kind of food told her that Earthly Fire Essence stones must be found. Therefore, Zhao Wanqing asked her best friend, Lin Xiao. After that, she arrived here. But who would have thought that not only would she not see any Earthly Fire Essence stones, she would also cause the death of the B-rank snow pet. Is there really something wrong with her? Zhao Wanqing still found it hard to believe. The Lin family and the Jia family weren't close, but she had always been close to Lin Xiao. Was this a conspiracy from the beginning? Zhao Wanqing clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her palms. She could feel the pain. When did you get here? Wu Ming suddenly asked with a frown. Also, does her best friend, Lin Xiao, know that you're here? I came here today. Xiao knows that I'm here. Also, I have the amulet that she gave me before I left. Zhao Wanqing took out a pendant. Wu Ming grabbed the pendant and broke it, revealing the tracking device inside. It was the same model as the one Fatty Hai used. Isn't this made of platinum? How can it break so easily? There's a tracking device inside. Zhao Wanqing turned pale. No matter how naive she was, she could tell that something was wrong with her best friend, Lin Xiao. This is made of plastic, and there's copper in it to symbolize your plastic sisterhood. Wu Ming sneered. I think Lin Xiaoxiao's people are coming to kill you. Wu Ming tossed the tracking device to Zhao Wanqing. How can this be? Zhao Wanqing held the tracking device tightly. Her face was clouded. That was it. Both of them sat on the ground, not saying a word. Wu Ming was waiting for the rainbow-winged chameleon to complete its transformation. Zhao Wanqing had a troubled look on her face. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. There were only 3 hours left before the return journey. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from above the cave. It attracted the attention of Wu Ming and Zhao Wanqing. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.